The fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Here is Naylor, left-handed hitter with power. Swings and hits a slow roller to third. Charged by Schmidt. Here's the sidearm throw to first. In time, he got him, and the game is over. Beautifully done by Schmidt, and the Giants have won this one with the final score being 2-1.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park where the Giants have avoided the sweep with a nice come-from-behind win over the Cleveland Guardians. Wilmer Flores, a pinch hit, two-run double in the seventh inning after the Giants trailed 1-0. They get Logan Webb a W in this one. He was on the hook for a loss. Giants come back and avoid the loss. Wilmer been red hot off the bench this year. One of the best RBI guys for the Giants this year. And Logan Webb now second, tied for second in all of the National League in strikeouts on the season. After 9 more today, he's got 114. Wilmer with his 17th go-ahead RBI on the year. What's going on, Derek? How you doing, bro?
Doing all right. How was everything at the ballpark today?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's a weird weather day, like a microclimate day at the ballpark. I mean, a really, really windy day in San Francisco, and I would assume around the Bay Area. Very windy here, and then you get into the sun in the ballpark. It was scorching. Then you sit in the shade, and you need a jacket on, and Giants couldn't get much offense going. But overall, an awesome crowd today on hand on
Nice.
a holiday Thursday. And a come-from-behind win. People stuck around. A lot of kids in the ballpark today as well as they've hit summertime and you get that holiday. So pretty cool, man. An afternoon sellout here as we get ready for the Red Sox to come to town. Dude, this had all the makings of another, like, Kane-like performance for Logan Webb, right? I mean, he had a really interesting line. Through the first 3 innings of the game, he'd allowed 1 run on 5 hits, and he'd struck out 6. Like, of the first 9 outs he recorded, 6 came via strikeout. He's been as sharp as ever, man. I mean, this is legitimately, the prime of his career, but he's pitching as like much of an ace as we've ever seen Logan Webb throw.
No, definitely. I mean, I know that the caller called in a couple of days ago to retract his statement saying that asking if Logan Webb's a true ace. He's a true ace. I'll keep it simple today. Honestly, Logan Webb had a great performance, but it was looking like another Kane performance. It looked like the game against the Padres a couple of Mondays ago. So they got the win, and a win is a win, and that's always great, but 2 for 26 with runners in scoring position this whole series. So I know that this is an exciting win. It's always fun to see a comeback win, but they've got some problems offensively right now. And I don't need to do anything. Don't need to do any drastic changes. They got Rafael Devers. This offense should improve. We'll see what happens over the weekend. But I think it's clear that, as soon as I don't know if it matters when Matt Chapman's back or whatnot, but I think Rafael Devers needs to get ready to play first base, and Wilmer Flores needs to play every day at DH, so you have a bat in the lineup like him. And he's just too valuable at this time right now. You said at the top of the show, Copes, 17 go-ahead RBIs that leads the majors right now. He needs to be in the starting lineup every day, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he's going to start a lot of games. I mean, he played first base last night. I will say, Dominic Smith is the best defensive first baseman they have, and there's a couple of plays today that made me feel good about his performance at first defensively. That is, like, where you're like, hey man, I don't know that everybody makes some of the plays that Dom Smith made. Had a great one that saved a run after the overturned stolen base by Stephen Kwan early in the game. That was the lone run that came in to score. It was a tough play. It was a great throwdown from Patrick Bailey, and he just kind of gets around the tag by like a hair on Willie Adames. Next play, ground ball moves him over to third base, but they had second and third there, and ultimately he goes to third base on that ground ball. But they saved a run at the plate. Did Dominic Smith. Anyway, all that stuff is gonna work itself out. The more assets and the more availability you have for some of these guys to move around the diamond and to give you, if you have the option to come with Wilmer off the bench. I mean, obviously it's something he's done well this year. 3 for 5 with a double and as a pinch hitter this year. So all positive, I think. In terms of getting the W, it is for the Giants today. I mean, you mentioned that the 2 for 26 in the series with runners in scoring position, and that's ultimately why you lose the series, right?
Yes.
I mean, they had many opportunities. The pitching in this series was pretty darn good. I mean, you didn't get the brakes beat off of you by the offense of the Guardians. They're a team that only averages about 4 runs a game, and they came in really, really sputtering and scuttling at the plate a little bit. So ultimately, man, the way I look at this is you take this one and you look forward to the weekend and say, hey, we got another big series here this weekend. You're still sort of holding serve as to where you are. Second place in the National League West, and you're still right in the thick of things in terms of the wild card positioning here as we get closer and closer to the All-Star break. But Derek, as you say frequently, and as we've heard for years when it comes to sports, they don't put pictures in the standings, man.
That's what they say.
It doesn't really matter how you win this one, dude. You don't put pictures in the standings. So comes away as a W today. And by the way, they were 0 for their last 22 with runners in scoring position prior to that hit from Wilmer.
Yeah, I mean, they've been struggling, and I'm not going to say that's going to stay this way. Like, obviously, you're going to see some changes with Rafael Devers, and you're going to see Matt Chapman come back eventually. I wonder what the lineup's going to be once Matt Chapman is healthy. But, yeah, right now they're scuffling offensively. They kind of reverted back to a pumpkin and look like the team that, for 16 straight games couldn't score more than 5 runs. So maybe they'll turn it around. Baseball's a crazy game, man. Like, this is the time of the year where we're going to react to a Giants game every day, and we're going to act like, everything is falling apart. Everything's terrible offensively. And then the next day, they may score 10 runs. We're like, oh, let's turn it around. I don't know. All I know is they should improve offensively. And right now, they just been lights out pitching-wise all season long. So as long as that stays consistent and they find something offensively, this team will be fine. But we still haven't seen that change that we're hoping for with Rafael Devers offensively yet.
Well, by the way, Rafael Devers, he was struggling before he got here. Like, he wasn't hot before he showed up. I know he hit a home run in his last game with the Red Sox to sweep the Yankees before he got traded over here on Sunday evening, and we found out he was going to be here. But in terms of how he'd been swinging the bat, it's not like he was red hot when they picked him up. So having him in the middle of the lineup is obviously a positive. But to your point about it being an everyday thing, this is what I was saying when everybody's going, you need more at second base. And Casey Schmidt, I can't believe they're having him out there and yada, yada. I go, first of all, he's still a backup. He's still a very young player. He was one of the best players on the diamond today. I mean, after a couple of rough games, in a game 2 days ago, he had a rough one in that final game in Colorado when the Rockies came back. He booted that one that could have been a double play ball. He's hit the ball harder than almost anybody today.
Yep.
He gets the rally going, played some really good defense at third base. You need everybody who's on the roster to contribute, and that means guys like Casey Schmidt, who filled in today again at third base, had a good defensive day, got that rally started, then the Jung Hoo Lee walk, then the Patrick Bailey sacrifice bunt. I love seeing a sacrifice bunt in that situation before Wilmer comes up, grinds out an at-bat, and hits the big double down the line to give the Giants the lead and ultimately the victory. 808 KMBR, 415-808-5627. Giants fans, they salvage a game. By the way, their record against the American League Central is atrocious.
Yes, it is.
It's just absolute ownership over the Giants because they got swept by the Tigers in Detroit, by the Twins in Minnesota. And I think they won 1 against the Kansas City Royals and then 1 against the Cleveland Guardians. So if the Giants do, in fact, make a playoff run and go deep into the postseason, keep us away from the American League Central.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
In the World Series, just absolute ownership, it feels like. But there's ups and downs. There's big ups and downs. You got to go with the ebbs and flows of it. And even when they were struggling, I mean, I think many of the players would tell you when they were struggling in that stretch where they'd gone 16 straight and could not score more than 4 runs before Dominic Smith got here and before Jet Johnson got here. That Wednesday night where they finally got over that hump against the Padres. The team, I don't think, was feeling that pressure as much. When we spoke with Elliot Ramos on the patio, he was like, yeah, it's great to get over that, and it's obviously something that people are talking about, but it's not necessarily at the forefront of every one of the players' minds. Giants going to win today, remain in second place in the National League West. 808 KMBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call. How we feeling, Giants fans? Losing 2 of 3 to Cleveland, but salvaging a win today. Makes me feel good that Logan Webb was the reason that they got that win. 9 strikeouts, only gave up 1 earned, and really sort of settled down after 5 hits allowed early on. Are we still concerned about the offense, or are you confident that they will turn things around with Rafael Devers and a healthy Matt Chapman? We will get to your calls and your thoughts next. Plus, we still got a Dirty Work Dial coming your way on a Thursday evening and a big old nice Pat H crap section later in the show as well. I'm live from the bunker. Derek is in Daly City. Still wouldn't hang out with me on Juneteenth. We'll do it next. Your calls only here on the Sports
Cold
Leader.
outside.
The Giants salvaged the final game of a 3-game set versus the Cleveland Guardians 2-1 earlier today behind 7 strong innings from Logan Webb and a clutch 2 RBI double from Wilmer Flores. Up next, the Boston Red Sox all weekend. Mr. KNBR loves it. For all the latest on the Giants, keep it locked to the sports leader and do your own Mr. KNBR impression. It's fun.
This tease looks quite scrumptious indeed.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
2-2. Here it comes. Flores pulls it sharply fair down the third base line. Schmidt will score. Right behind him, Jung-Woo Lee. He scores. The throw to second. Not in time. Wilmer Flores with the hit the Giants have been missing. Drives in both runners with a double. It's 2-1 Giants.
That's the sound. Wilmer Flores, a pinch hit, RBI double in the seventh inning, gave the Giants a 2-1 lead. They didn't look back. Randy Rodriguez, super sharp in this one. He comes in 1-2-3. Camilo Doval gets the save, and the Giants salvage a game in this three-game series against the Cleveland Guardians. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. A lot of people checking in already on the text line in regards to the question we're asking. I mean, 2 for 26 in the series with runners in scoring position.
Yikes.
And you had Devers the whole series, by the way.
Yes, you did.
2 for 26 with runners in scoring position. It did snap an 0 for 22 stretch when Wilmer got that knock. It was his 17th go-ahead RBI on the season. He's been fantastic for them off the bench. And it's their first win since last Friday when Logan Webb started against the Dodgers. Yeah, exactly.
I know. They were facing a 5-game losing streak in the face that they have not had this whole entire season.
Yeah, and still haven't, by the way, as they salvage a game today. And that's what an ace does. I mean, just something real quick here on Logan Webb, and I know people are frustrated with the offense still, and they're going to be checking in on this as we're asking if you have confidence that they'll still turn it around. Logan Webb, I mean, an absolute ace. He did everything and does everything an ace does, you need an ace to do. When you've got a pitching staff, and you see it more in teams when things aren't going well and you've got one really good starter where you go, okay, every fifth day at least, we've got an opportunity to win a ball game, right? When things aren't going well, he needs to be the stopper. But the offense has to come in and help support, right? He gives up 1 run today over 7 innings of work, 9 strikeouts. But to me, more to the point is what he's done over the last few starts in terms of strikeouts. I mean, he's second in the National League, tied now with Chris Sale with 114 strikeouts to lead all pitchers in the National League. He's added to his repertoire. I mean, he threw more cut fastballs against the Dodgers than any other pitch that he's thrown in that game, and that's not even something that we'd become accustomed to seeing him throw all that much. He's adding to his repertoire. He's mixing things up. He's got other tools and other weapons in his bag and his arsenal that he can get guys out with. And now the strikeout, not just the ground ball rate, has become one of the best tools that he has. And it's something that he's using in situations where guys are on base. He does get touched up a little bit early in games, but he gave up 5 hits in the first 3 innings of this one, and then settled down, finished only allowing 7 hits, scattered 2 over the next 4 innings of work, and then strikes out 9, doesn't walk anybody, just the 1 earned run. He's as good as we've ever seen him be, and he's what a true ace needs to be for a staff that you're expecting to go into the postseason, and I think we're all expecting that now. Offense be damned. They're riding the pitching, I think, is the thought, and they win this game today because of pitching and 1 big hit.
No, I mean, he's been awesome, and he hasn't been bad since that game against the Royals. I mean,
that Wednesday afternoon against the Royals was the tough one.
Exactly. So he's pitching lights out. Robbie Ray, I mean, he struggled the other night, but for the most part, this entire season, he's been awesome. Yeah, like we've been saying, man, the pitching's been incredible. Just the offense needs to pick things up as well. But, yes, it's nice to know that you have the 1-2 punch in Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, and just they're carrying the team right now, but you need a little bit more offensively right now as well.
Out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 530 checks in says, I totally understand wanting to have Devers and Wilmer Flores bats in the lineup every night, but it'll be very difficult to have Dom Smith's glove not have his glove at first base. He's played an excellent first base. I'm with you. Yeah. To me, this is just more versatility. You're going to have a mix and match. You're not going to likely have all 3 in the lineup. There's not really anywhere to put all 3 in the lineup at the same time, but you've got 2 left-handed bats and a right-handed bat. You can mix and match that, and you can play for some defense. I mean, Gregor Blanco didn't always start every game in right field or left field for the Giants. He oftentimes was a late-game defensive replacement. Same with Joaquin Arias in the World Series years. You know what I mean? Like, you can go when you've got a lead to some defense late into a ball game. We've seen that Bob Melvin has no problem taking starters out to get a good bat in that's on the bench to give yourselves an opportunity in a clutch situation. Saw it the other night when they had an opportunity late. You saw him pinch hit Wilmer Flores for Tyler Fitzgerald. We saw him do it today. Wilmer Flores pinch hit for Christian Koss, who had already had a base hit in the game, an infield hit in the game. So I just think the more weapons you have and the more versatility you have at your disposal, the more creative you can get. Because the way it was working is, well, if this guy's not hitting it, it's not sliding in or working right now, that's all they have, right? There was nobody else at first. Somebody yesterday texted that in and said, find it hard to believe they don't have another second baseman in AAA who can help. I said, well, there's Brett Wisely and there's Marco Luciano, but other than that, you've kind of got the guy. It's Casey Schmidt or it's Tyler Fitzgerald, and obviously he's seen a bit of a sophomore slump, but I just think the more at their disposal they have, the more moves like the last 3 games you've seen Bob Melvin make late in terms of trying to get the right matchups offensively and then making the adjustment on defense when they go back out to play it. I think you're just going to see more of that, and I'm fine with that. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. Do you have any confidence in the Giants turning this around offensively? 2 for 26 in the series. They did get a win today. Let's go to Todd. He's in Fresno. What's up, Todd? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I guess I'm just an OG guy when it comes to baseball because they have to get back to batting averages matter. They really, the OPS thing's great, but you pull up the top 20 guys in the history of baseball with high OPSs. They all had good batting averages. And when I look, like last night, I'm frustrated that Patrick Bailey is batting in the 9th inning, tying run at the plate, and he's hitting 185. You know, I get it. He's a Gold Glove catcher. I don't care how many strikes he steals. I'd rather him hit 50 points higher.
I'm with you. Hey, I'm with you. But can't two things be true? Can't you need a better batting average, but also say you do? To say you don't care about the strikes he steals, I think is a little blind to the impact he's having on the game. I mean, really, he's the best by far defensive catcher in the game, and the Giants pitching staff is as elite because of what he's able to do behind there in terms of his game planning, his pitch calling, the rhythm he's on with starters. It's not just defense behind the plate; it's about handling the pitching staff.
No,
and catcher's the one. It's the one spot that you're willing to give up offense.
Well, I mean, 185 is close to going back to when we had pitchers hitting.
Right, but what did Patrick Bailey do in that at bat in the 7th inning with runners in scoring position with one runner in scoring position? What did he do? He got a bunt down. They played baseball. They won the game because of a good baseball play.
No, and I'm not down on him, but you know, batting average does matter, and we've gotten away from that. And the players are going to do whatever the owners are going to pay you for. They will. They were paying for launch angle for the longest time. But, you know, now they're finding out that launch angle, I mean, fielding a ground ball and throwing it to first, I mean, is it just as easy to catch a fly ball? I mean, that's what they said. They don't like ground outs because they're outs. But, you know, I've watched for years, and I'm watching this team, and Devers is good. Obviously, great swing, the whole bit. You can see it. And there's a couple other nice guys. But there's other guys that are pretty much outs.
Yeah,
and you know we're waiting for scoring 5 runs a game. I mean, what's their offense compared to the Dodgers?
But
30 points higher.
But it's not about comparing them to the Dodgers. It's about can they get into the playoffs? They're 9 games over 500. With as bad as the offense has been, they're 9 games over. And if the playoffs started today, they never do. Yeah, but if they did, they'd be in.
It's unbelievable.
They'd be in. I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I think we're all like, yeah, they need more offense, but. To say batting average has to be an impact, I'm with you. And the best players in baseball who continue to hit, I mean, you look at Jose Ramirez, he's putting up a good batting average. But if you look at he was mentioning OPS, if you look at the top 10 OPS players in baseball, there's like 4 of them who are hitting under 300. Cal Raleigh's hitting 266. He's having one of the best seasons of anybody in baseball. Corbin Carroll's having an insane season, a 914 OPS. He's hitting 255, but he's got 20 bombs, and he still strikes out. He's got 80 Ks. It's just kind of the nature of the game right now. I'm with you. I wish batting average was still as important. I heard somebody, I forget who it was, on Greg and Greg the other day, talking about analytics and how so much of analytics are pressed onto starting pitchers. But there's not a lot of analytics that help the hitter in terms of opposing that pitcher. I mean, pitching in general has changed and evolved across the game over the last decade. 808-KMBR is the number to call. Pugsley, Jack, Nick, Eric will get to all of your calls. Your level of confidence with Devers in the lineup that the Giants will turn this thing around offensively. They salvage a game in this series, avoid a 5-game losing streak. They are still 9 games over 500 in second place in the NL West. I do really think the Padres are going to fade. We'll talk more about this one and get to your calls next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, following a 2-1 Giants win on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon following the Giants' 2-1 win. To avoid the sweep over the Guardians, we'll keep getting to your calls as the phone lines are lighting up here at 808 KNBR. I do have some stuff we got to attend to here, though, as we are still giving away tickets to go see Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Oh, yeah.
October 4th of this year at Toyota Pavilion at Concord. Tune in between now and 5:45. So you get about an hour, and we'll give you the cue to call if you're caller 10 to the studio.
Let's extend it to 6 today.
What did I say, till 5:45?
Yeah.
Until 6 o'clock. Yeah, we'll go till 6.
Yesterday's copy, my bad.
415-896-KNBR when you hear the cue to call. 415-896-KNBR. If you're caller 10, you'll win the tickets furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
I'd give up a bone for you.
If you hear that, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR.
Don't act like no one's ever seen Rover Dangerfield.
And if you hear that and call in and you're caller 10, you will win those tickets. People are checking in about that last caller. A lot of people do agree. Look, I'm not like saying I want anybody to hit 185. I'm really not thrilled with the way it's going down. I'm saying that what better option is there for you right now other than to have your best defensive catcher behind the plate?
Absolutely.
And to say, the thing I don't like is diminishing the defense because it's not sexy. I just don't like saying, well, I don't care how many pitches he steals. I kind of do. I think it's a factor as to where they are right now in the standings. So when I say that, and then the caller goes, well, yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I go, yeah, but that's a factor, right? Like, you have to play both ways. So, look, I don't like that he's hitting $185. I will say this. There are only 9 catchers in all of baseball who are starting catchers who are hitting above 230.
Right.
9. There's 30 teams. Now, I would love if Patrick Bailey were hitting 230 relative to the 185, but if he were hitting 230, I think we'd all still be like, man, he's hitting 230. I'd love if he could hit a little bit better than that. Like,
it's never good enough.
Sometimes it's never good enough. 185 is not good. You were in one of the worst percentiles as an everyday player. If you're not in the worst percentile, you're probably got to be down to like the bottom 5 percentile at 185.
What about quartile?
Quartile, yeah, the bottom half of the bottom quartile. R.I.P. dude, our guy Jim.
The upper quartile of winners. We're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
Yeah, it's the reverse for batting average right now for Patrick Bailey. But that said, made a good baseball play. The Giants won the game.
Yeah.
That said, I can understand some of the frustration in the callers and the listeners here is they're peeved because the Giants won, but they didn't look great doing it. You know what I mean? The offense is still problematic. You said that after the game, all right, you didn't say, Tim was telling me after the game, Bob Melvin spoke to the media about getting Wilmer Flores and Rafael Devers in the lineup at the same time?
Yes, I was talking about that at the top of the show, that I think with Wilmer Flores, what he's done offensively this year, he needs to be in the lineup every single day, and Bob Melvin agrees.
Yeah, well, we're going to try to get them both in there. You know, once we get Rafi playing some first base, we get Flo back in the DH spot. In the interim, you know, between he and Dom, I don't want to run Flo out there too much, you know, in the field. So, you know, until we get Rafi up to speed, it's going to be, you know, kind of half-half, but be able to come off the bench in those type of situations, which is really valuable.
And I hope that's sooner than later. But I mean, I don't know, like maybe it'll take some time, but yeah, I think that's the best scenario is Rafi Devers playing first base and having Wilmer Flores DH and having him in the lineup consistently.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Pugsley is in West Sacramento. What's up, Pugsley? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good afternoon, my brothers. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, Pugs?
I'm with you guys. Bailey, I don't care what Bailey's batting average is. His, you know, defensively, his offensive, what he does defensively just overshadows that. But that's the only guy. The problem I have is, you know, we're paying Adamas big money, but 200 hitter in the 2-hole, that's just not getting it done. The guy gets on, there's no chance for him to move him over, especially early in the game. I'm just getting so bothered. What happened today? Laid a bunt down, 2 runs later. There's so many chances that we're not a home run team to move that runner over with a simple bunt. It's so annoying. And changing the batting over. How does Yastrzemski lead off one game and he's batting 7th? And I don't understand the lineup change. You know, sports are so mental, and if you're changing positions, it changes your mentalness. And I know they have reasons and analytics and all this, but we need to get back to a little bit more small ball because we're not a team that can hit more home runs. Like yesterday, they're celebrating the 2-run homer yesterday. It wasn't enough, you know. And so we're waiting for the 2 and 3 run home runs, and they're not going to need to play a small ball because we're not a team that can hit the long ball consistently.
Appreciate the call, Pugsley. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that's where they are, and I feel like Bob has done a pretty good job, Melvin, that is, at trying to manufacture some of that offense. I mean, you saw him today. Elliot Ramos got thrown out stealing. They're trying to get guys into scoring position.
Yeah.
It's the hitting while runners are in scoring position. That's been a problem, right? And early in the year, they were killing at that statistic. Like for the first month of the season, they were one of the top teams in baseball with timely hitting, and we were like, wow, there's no deficit they can't come back from. We should point this out. The Giants lead the majors in wins when trailing into the 7th inning or later. You know what I mean? Like they've got more victories in that realm than any other team. They've also played more one-run games than any team in baseball. You know what I mean? So some of this stuff it's two sides of the coin. It's half of one thing and it's half dozen of one thing and 6 of another.
Right.
But in terms of actually getting the offense going, I think Bob Melvin, in my mind, has done a pretty good job based on the tools that the players he has in the lineup have at trying to get guys into scoring position and give them an opportunity. I mean, the other night they had 13 at bats with runners in scoring position and went 1 for 13. I mean, that's what else can you do? So we talk at length about shaking up the lineup and putting guys in a different order and not having a whole dead bottom half of the lineup. I think the reason Yaz was in there today in the leadoff spot was he just kind of flopped him and Jung-Hoo Lee against the right-hander. Now, Jung-Hoo Lee's been batting leadoff against righties for the last week or so, and I think that's probably going to continue. And then he's had Mike Yastrzemski, who's been on fire since the Braves series. Yaz has had like a 1,200 OPS or something entering play yesterday, had 2 more knocks last night. So we put him in the leadoff spot today. I'm okay with moving the lineup around and mixing it up. There's some guys who are going to hit the same spots and some guys who you're going to play matchups against. Against lefties, Elliot Ramos has been spectacular when he's in the leadoff spot, like he was yesterday. So I think you're going to see more of that. I'm not as up in arms about the movement of the lineup. I am with Pugsley saying you've got to figure out ways to manufacture runs, to put pressure on the opposition, and allow guys like Rafael Devers to hit. Now, the other one is I think he just said something about Willie Adames. Everybody who's up in arms about Patrick Bailey, that's really, to that end, that's where the frustration needs to be. Right? I mean, that's the guy that's making big money. That's the guy who's hitting in the heart of the lineup and at the top of the lineup. It's the guy who's come up with runners in scoring position. You need to see more runs driven in, more gap hits, more knocks from a guy like Willie Adames. And when that happens, I said this 2 weeks ago before Devers was acquired and before Chapman went down, when the guys like Chapman and Adames and Jung-Hoo Lee hit, the hole is not as glaring on a guy like Patrick Bailey or Tyler Fitzgerald or Casey Schmidt. Is kind of where I'm coming from.
No, I mean, I would agree. And going back to the caller we had in the previous segment, I understand what he's saying with Patrick Bailey, and you never want to see a hitter bad
Of course not. No.
185. But what he gives you defensively, I think you have to put up with it a little bit. And maybe this offseason you change things up. I don't know if it's guaranteed. I know that Buster Posey loves Patrick Bailey, but offensively there's a lot to be desired at the same time. And to compare it to the Dodgers lineup, like, I'm sorry, don't Giants fans say all the time we want to be nothing like the Dodgers? I know you want to buy big free agents sometimes, but come on, like you're not. It's not fair to compare this lineup 1 through 9 to that of the Dodgers. That's just ridiculous. It's constructed a totally different way. You're gonna win primarily on defense and pitching, and you need to find improvements offensively along the way. But yeah, the biggest issue right now is just what we talked about with runners in scoring position and Willie Adames being inconsistent. I'm really not that worried about Patrick Bailey. I'm not worried about Casey Schmidt or other guys like that. It's your main guys that need to be consistent offensively.
I'm with you. And I think that's what our next caller is going to talk about. Let's go to Jack in Morgan Hill. What's up, Jack? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Actually, you kind of led right into what I wanted to point out. So my big thing is Willie Adames. Okay, so you guys just talked about changing the lineup and putting people late in the lineup. And why is he in the lower part of the lineup? I don't understand. The guy couldn't hit anything if he tried to save his life. But secondly, I want to say this. Kruk always talks about, in the old days, how you didn't talk to the other players. You didn't love on them. You didn't do any of that. Willie Adames is horrible. We already have Lucille. We don't need a goddamn cheerleader. So Betts hit a double. I don't know if you guys noticed this. He hit a double the other night, and Willie Adames, for 5 pitches in a row, walked with him out to his lead and walked back with him to the base. But when he did it, he had his back to the infield and the pitcher the whole time, hitting him on the shoulder, laughing with him, talking about old stories. I'm like, where did we get this guy? Send him to the Dodgers. We don't need this crap. This guy, he's getting paid too much to love on the Dodgers. He is. It's great to love your own team. He loves every player on the field from every team, and he can't hit the side of a barn. I mean, come on. the guy's a waste of time, and put him in the bottom of the lineup, and maybe that'll fire him up to get his S together.
Appreciate the call, Jack. I would say this, like,
he's a friendly guy. Come on now,
dude. Also, like, I don't know. Like, Mike Krukow played. I didn't lace him up. He was a pitcher, and it's different when you're a pitcher and you're like, I don't want anybody talking over there. I don't want my first baseman laughing. I've heard Kruk say that for years. It's a different day and age. I mean, these guys know each other now from the time that they're – I mean, again, Rafael Devers has known Willie Adames since they were kids, right? Or like 10 years they've known each other since they were professional baseball players.
Probably his biggest friend in the clubhouse right now.
That's what I'm saying. And so, like, we all love that asset and that element when he came over, but then when they play, he's never supposed to say a word to him. And I know people will go, we'll say something to him before, then say something to him after, but not when you're in the heart of the game. It's just it's not the way pro sports go today. I mean, nobody in the NBA goes to the NBA now and doesn't know like half the guys who were drafted in their class because they've played AAU with them. They've played in these Nike camps. They've played college basketball. Like, the nature of professional sports now has evolved to where these guys aren't strangers when they get to the professional ranks. So that doesn't bother me all that much. I don't like that he's like, It doesn't always bode well when guys are like real chummy when things aren't going well for them. That said, Willie Adames played in the American League East for the Tampa Bay Rays. He played against Mookie Betts 19 times a year for the first part of his career. Right? These guys have had a relationship now for a number of years. So
yeah, but you know what? I'm sorry. Like, I understand if you're upset with the way he's hitting right now, but if you're upset because he's talking to an opposing player,
I don't really care about that at all.
That's ridiculous to me.
I don't really care about that at all, and I'm not going to take that shot. What I will say, and look. It's hard to dispute saying he should be hitting lower in the lineup. And I do wonder about the logic in that and trying to get him some better pitches to hit because he moved him back into the 2-hole kind of when Devers got here, and not just in the last 3. I think he was hitting in the 2-hole a little bit in Colorado, maybe and even into that Dodgers series.
Around the time he was picking things up, yes.
He started picking it up a little bit, and he was hitting in the 2-hole. But I think he's got him there because he knows whoever's hitting in front of Devers is going to see some better pitches to hit. That said, it's all just a good idea and speculative until it actually starts to happen, right?
Yeah.
Let's go out to Nick. Nick's in Sacramento wants to talk about the game today. What's up, Nick? You're on the Sports Leader.
Guys, I want to start off with some good things. First,
what you got?
Good on the rotation and on the bullpen for keeping these games close, whether it's Verlander or it's anybody from the bullpen. I mean, the most runs given up in this series was 4. And I'll talk about the offense in a minute, but just hats off to them for keeping these games close. The second thing is we all know 2 runs is not going to cut it. But, guys, I have faith that they will do it because they have to do it and that they've done it before. The first 3 series they had against Cincinnati, Houston, and Seattle, they were a hitting ball club. They can do it. It's just you got to have faith, and I have faith in that they will do it because they've done it before and that they need to do it in order to be competitive.
I appreciate the call. I'm with
you.
There
you go, Nick. Some positivity.
Yeah. The guy who called right before was very frustrated that Adames. His name was Jack. 415 says Jack, more like Jack off. Well, I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but you know what? It's so crazy because baseball changes every day. Just a week ago, we were talking about Willie Adames turning things around and home runs.
A little bit. I mean, he's still at 200. You know what I mean?
No, I know, but he hit home runs in 3 out of 4 games. Like, I get it. For the majority of the season, he's been a disappointment. I don't know. Let's see what happens when Rafael Devers gets a little more comfortable. I understand. I understand. For the most part, he and Juan Soto have probably been the biggest disappointments as far as big contracts this offseason.
Yep.
And he probably is batting too low in the lineup right now, number 2.
Too high in the lineup, you mean?
Or too high, whatever, wherever you want to see it. But yes, I would say it's fair to criticize him for that right now. Also, I would say just be patient, too. It's a long, long season. But, like what the caller was saying before, like, I don't give a damn if he's happy-go-lucky at shortstop and talking to other people. I don't care about that. That's a stupid thing to criticize somebody for.
Well, and I'm also never of the mindset, just in life, when you're like, well, this person should act this way when this is going on with them because that's how I would act. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
I actually, in a 6-month season, and Brandon Crawford used to talk about this. He said one of the first times I ever interviewed him, he mentioned that. He goes, everybody talks about playing 162. After preseason, or after you play spring training in 35 games or whatever we're talking 200 games plus playoffs. You need guys who are even-keeled or keep the same mentality and attitude day in and day out. And by all accounts, Willie is that guy. I know people don't want to hear, oh, he's a good clubhouse guy. They didn't pay him to be a good clubhouse guy. They partially paid him to be a good clubhouse guy. That only is great if, in fact, you help on the field. Now, again, we're what, 70 games into his first year as a San Francisco Giant. You listen to baseball analysts around the country, you listen to Buster Olney and Tim Kirkjian and all the people we respect that watch the game and follow the game. Everybody believes this will turn around for Willy Adames. I mean, I don't know what it's going to have to take to make fans be thrilled with him, but this happens in spades across sports every year.
Yes.
Where a guy goes to a new team and doesn't find success, and the fan base turns on him and doesn't want to see him anymore, and I can't stand this guy. Can't stand this guy? I mean, who do you want to play
Can't
otherwise?
stand you.
Can't stand you.
Stand you.
Look, the team is 9 games over 500. They won today. I can't be that upset about, I mean, people are going dead spots in the lineup, right? But the strength of the team is the pitching. I want to see the hitters hit too. The strength of the team is the pitching.
Yes.
And that, to this point, has held up exceptionally well. Logan Webb with one of the best starts of the year off of a 2-hit performance at Dodger Stadium a week ago. The bullpen, lights out today. You got your Randy Rodriguez in there, and you got Camilo Doval in there. They were spectacular. All it took was 2, and as Derek Papa will tell you, they don't hang pictures in the standings. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Walnut Creek. You're on These Sports. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get more of these real quick before we take the break.
I came up with that phrase a long time ago.
I invented that phrase. Before we take a quick break, I just want to get to a text from earlier. Oh, man, I might have lost it here. It was from our favorite delivery driver up in UPS driver up in Seattle.
Yep.
Man, I can't find the text.
Okay.
He goes, dude, I just wish that there was a way for me to find out what was going on this weekend. Is somebody going to deliver me any news about how to spend my weekend? There's no source for me if I don't have internet
This guy's a loyal
or
listener.
cable or phone. And that's why we get you the Bay Area Sports Calendar. That's coming your way in just a few minutes, plus more of your calls at 808 KMPR. Giants fans, can't be this upset. We can't be this mad after a victory. They went 2-1. I don't like that they're 2 for their last 26.
Come on, Copes.
With runners in
They're never
scoring
happy.
position.
They're never happy.
Come on. I mean, people are acting like they're 12 games under and down with the Rockies or something like that. We get more of your calls at 808 KMBR next. Giants beat the Guardians 2-1, and people are pissed on the Sports Leader.
Well, in case you missed it, Murph and Marcus had an exclusive sit-down with the one and only Barry Bonds this morning. Check out his thoughts on Rafael Devers and the team's legacy of great hitters in San Francisco. You can find that podcast and all of our podcasts on our app or at thesportsleader.com.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, I mean he's been a horse. He's always keeping us in the game, and he deserves that win today.
That was Wilmer Flores talking about Logan Webb after the game, kept him in the game. I mean, the Giants could not get anything going, only a couple of hits into that seventh inning. Logan had given up 5 hits, I think, through the first 3 innings of the game. It struck out 6, and then only 2 hits allowed for the next 4 innings, allowed the Giants, as Wilmer said, to stay in the game, and ultimately they get the one knock that they need. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Derek, we were going to break there, and I said, Giants won, and everybody's pissed. 408 checks in and says, quote, they're all always pissed. Way to generalize all your listeners who pay your salary while also making you seem above us. Sponsors will love that. Damn, you sound pissed, man. 408, relax. All you guys do all day long, bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
I get fans' frustration.
I understand the frustration. I'm just like, the anger behind it sometimes is insane.
I know, but and this is just the expectations of, I mean, honestly, like they're unreasonable expectations to compare it to the Dodgers. The Dodgers have an unbelievable lineup. They have the best offense in baseball. So do the Yankees. It's just not going to be like that with the Giants. Buster Posey's not going to construct his team where every single hitter in the lineup is going to be amazing in batting.
It's an all-star. Show me the team that's the case outside of the Dodgers and like maybe the Yankees who won numerous World Series in the early parts of the 2000s. It just doesn't happen that way. I mean, dude, I think back to like 2002. Tim, you remember when the Yankees get eliminated in the division series? They got eliminated by the Angels, who ultimately beat the Giants in the World Series. So many of those Angels didn't do anything ever before or after that postseason or that season. Adam Kennedy was the ALCS MVP that year. You know what I mean? He had like multiple home runs. Like you can run into great performances and have a guy who's a serviceable player, is a good big leaguer or a decent big leaguer, and still find levels of success. I just don't get this irate about it, and I don't think anybody's irate per se.
It's just you can have it both ways. You can be frustrated about the idea that the team is not generating enough offense, and you can also say this is a competitive team. It's not going to be the Dodgers. The Dodgers are doing it completely different. And that's fine. But if this team has decided behind Buster Posey to say, we are going to be pitching and we are going to be defense, and they're winning, maybe we'll just, give them a little bit of rope here. It's okay to be frustrated, but you don't need to be angry,
Yeah, 661 says, man, that guy sounded pissed. Yeah, people are checking in. Dude, 408 now says, bro, that guy sounded more mad than the caller was when you didn't talk Valkyries. Who, by the way, big tilt for that was our girl Liberty.
Huge game tonight.
Huge game tonight. Caitlin Clark coming to town.
You going?
No, I'm not. I guess this is the thing now. When Caitlin Clark comes to your city, they ragdoll her. They just kind of like teams like start mess with her now. That's what's going on?
I guess so. I mean, yeah, that's been the thing with Caitlin Clark is she's getting beat on in the league right now.
415 says, bro, this won't work in the playoffs. I would wager that I would take the pitching in the playoffs over anything else.
Yeah, I would say this formula usually wins in the postseason.
Guys, does nobody remember like the World Championship years that were all we called it like the what were we saying? It was like the Bruce Bochy ground attack because they weren't hitting balls out, right? They didn't have 30 home run hitters on those teams either. What has to happen is the manufacturing of runs. The manufacturing of runs. If your pitching is elite, you keep yourselves in ball games. That's why the Giants, they're going to have to win in the margins. It's why they just made a move for one of the biggest bats in baseball, and it's going to pay off. It will pay off. Willie Adames has to turn it around. I'm not worried about Rafael Devers and the impact he's going to have. You need to extend the lineup a little bit when Chapman comes back, and then things will start to look a lot deeper. But take a breath. For anybody who's this frustrated, they're 9 games over right now. They're 9 over. And I wonder how many people who are this irate about the lack of hitting over the last couple of months, a month and a half or whatever, and how poorly they've been in terms of actually putting up runs. I wonder how many of those people were texting us the day before opening day when I said, I've got them as like an 85-win team. And we're saying, how could you say this? The same roster, Copes. How could you say that? Back then I was carrying water, right? Now I'm ridiculous for thinking, hey, it's a positive thing to have the strength of your team be the best asset that every team in baseball wants more of. Everybody in baseball wants more pitching. The Giants have it. They're winning in the margins. They're winning the one-run games. They need more offense. They need to figure out a way to manufacture more. And so the confidence level, I'm confident because of Devers. I'm confident because Chapman's coming back, because it's not a disastrous injury. But until it happens, it is frustrating, absolutely, and I'm with you. I'm not gonna put it all into a couple of months where they've remained one of the top teams in the National League, where people around baseball view this as an actually competitive playoff team.
I'm not gonna say I'm confident. I just say they have the potential to score more runs. So let's see what happens when Rafael Devers is a little more comfortable. And for all we know, he's totally comfortable right now. But, he just got there. So let's see what happens when Matt Chapman comes back. I'm with you, Copes. I think that everybody's kind of getting a little too angry about the team and how it looks offensively. You're still winning baseball games. But as a caller just said, and we'll talk to him in a little bit here, I thought it was the perfect way to sum this team up. They are a flawed team that knows how to win. That's the best way to sum it up right now.
808 KMBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you want to get your thoughts in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line or the phone lines. Let's go to Eric, who's been waiting a while. Eric's in Walnut Creek. What's up, Eric? You're on the Sports Leader.
I'm pretty optimistic about the team. They're not far away. They're a run away a game. And so you talked about manufacturing of runs. Exactly. There was another caller that said this. Double down on the small ball. They got a great small ball player in Tyler Fitzgerald, and just reinforce that. And if we're just a run away, that's what we're going to have to do. The Dodgers don't count. That's not a real team.
Yeah.
We don't need to be that. What we need to do is push guys over to second and third and get them into position for guys like Devers and Wilmer Flores and Chappie, and we're going to get that additional run. We have good base runners. I mean, maybe bring a guy up like McCray. That dude's got like 20 stolen bases right now. Steal bases, slash, hit and run, and we're going to get that additional run, and we'll be fine. And remember, we're not going to win the division. Just make the playoffs and make it fun.
Yeah, I'm with you. I appreciate the call, man.
There you go. A reasonable fan.
The McCray, an optimistic fan. That by nature, I'm just an optimistic baseball fan. That's the way I'm hopeful that my team will turn it around. I'm hopeful that these things will start to work themselves out. Somebody texted in now, too, and said, were these people alive in 2010? Were they around? 415 says. I'm going, dude, it was frustrating then, too. You had a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner in Tim Lincecum. You had Matt Cain. We have the whole phrase of getting caned because of what used to happen offensively in that generation of Giants baseball, right? And in that generation, they won 3. I hate comparing to that generation, but what I'm saying is you can win being really, really, really good at pitching and being a decent offensive team. They're not a good offensive team right now. I don't have any problem saying that. But I also don't think that the holes that they have are as gaping as everybody's making them out to be, because you mitigate and cover some of that with your ability to stay in games. You're not chasing 5 a game. If that were the case, you'd be like, this team is not going anywhere, right? I mean, this is what I meant earlier in the year when I said I'd always rather have pitching than hitting, because you'll be in some of these games, and then you have to manufacture. You got to figure out ways to scratch them across. Today they did. Small ball got it done. Small ball, it was a single by Casey Schmidt, it was a walk by Jung-Hoo Lee, a sacrifice bunt by Pat Bailey, and a pinch hit double by Wilmer Flores, and that was all they needed. Let's go to TJ in San Francisco. TJ, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, bro?
What's up, TJ?
Oh, man, I'm not going to lie. Everybody kind of took all the words out of my mouth. But, you know, as far as manufacturing runs, I think playing to that style, I think a little bit more commitment is all they really need. Am I confident? Yeah. But I also understand that potential that Derek's talking about, you know, and I really don't have anything bad to say other than people just need to relax and just committing more to that style that you had just mentioned as far as, you know, a bunt, a steal, or the small ball, and understanding situational hitting. You know, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to leave it at this. I was kind of pissed off seeing Carlos Santana hit that RBI single 70 miles per hour to left center. Yeah. That's all I want to see.
Get a little flare into the outfield.
All I want to see.
Yeah, appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, and that was the thing, too, is some of the contact off of Logan Webb. He gave up those 5 knocks early in the game, or the 5 hits over the first 3 innings, and they scored a run. I was like, dude, none of that was, like, hard contact. They weren't, like, teeing him up. You know what I mean? They were all just kind of like flares and singles into the outfield, shooting through holes. By the way, what a catch by Elliot Ramos. How about the defense? The defense he's played in this series has been spectacular. By the way, just real quick, going back to the thing the caller said about Grant McCray, he has been really, really good, and he is still a prospect for the Giants. He's on the 40-man. I think the only issue with him is right now they don't really have a spot for him. Right. I don't think you want to bring that guy up if he's not going to play. Right? He's a left-handed bat in the outfield. He's got some power. He's got some speed. But basically, I sort of feel like if something were to happen to Yaz or Yaz weren't available, he would be your guy. He'd be your left-handed outfielder that would come up and probably play. But he's got an OPS over 700, I think over 750 at this point. He's got good speed. He's got some pop. He's definitely a guy I would like to see up here at some point. But Yaz is swinging the bat pretty well right now, and he's a plus defensive right fielder. So, again, 9 games over. I'm not going to lose my head.
And that's the key. 9 games over. I just want people to put things in perspective. This time a year ago, they were 36 and 39. Just keep that in mind, everybody.
You said, well, I was like, wow, man, I thought we were going to get a 69 in there.
That, sorry.
Didn't really fit. But let's go to Chris. Chris is in San Jose. What's up, Chris? You're on the Sports Leader.
Thanks for taking the call, guys. Appreciate it. Hey, I agree with you guys completely. This is torture, like it was.
That's it. It's torture, man. That's it. You're so good in one facet of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, continue to pitch. You know, continue to play good defense. I think the base running needs to get cleaned up a little bit. You can't be getting doubled off,
totally
thrown out and picked off all over the place, right? But you know, also, you know, Matt Chapman's going to come back. I still think come trade deadline, you could still, you know, Buster's going to go out there and get maybe a couple of bats. We already made a big splash with Devers. I like the move. There's tons to like about this team. You can't compare them to the Dodgers. Come on, we know that's not realistic.
Yep.
But 9 games over 500. And oh, by the way, if the season ended today, where are they at in the wild card? Because I got to believe that
number
they're
2.
Up
there. The number 2 wild card team.
There you go. And again, the only thing I think is a little bit more small ball, definitely clean up the base running. But if you look at April, they were leading the entire majors in walks. They got to look to walk more. I think Adames needs to walk a little bit more. I remember Matt Chapman in April. I think he was leading the entire major leagues in walks.
Yeah.
You know, on base percentage is the big one. Not. I mean, slug, yeah, OPS, yeah, I get it. On base percentage instead of batting average.
I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. And that's, you know what, I was looking at this the other day, and I don't have them in front of me now, but we had gone through some of the numbers that the Giants had as a team when they acquired Devers and where he is in some of those. I mean, he was leading the American League in walks when he came over, so definitely something that's going to help in terms of getting guys on base. Jung-Hoo Lee with a huge walk today. Elliot Ramos seems like he walks all the damn time. I mean, that guy's got a great eye at the plate and one of the better averages for the Giants in the lineup. But he's right. It's about, again, I keep saying putting pressure on the opposition. It's about getting deep into at-bats. And I know people are frustrated with Pat Burrell. And again, that argument for me is just sort of, it has to fall on somebody, sure. But I'm like, I don't know, man. I mean, does anybody know who the best hitting coach is in baseball? I ask this all the time.
Exactly.
Nobody knows the Cubs hitting coach yet. They're mashing because their good players are hitting, right? Their guys are doing what they need to do. Their pitching is not exactly where it needs to be, though. They might be the best, at least right now, playing better than any team in the National League. I'm optimistic about where they can go because they have the pitching staff that they have, because the bullpen is still lights out. What he said, though, was about cleaning up the base running. This was indicative, I think, or clear the other night in the first game with Devers on Tuesday night.
Yes.
Where Casey Schmidt got doubled off of second base. By the way, another great throw today into second on the Wilmer double where Stephen Kwan almost threw him out at second base. I ain't running on Kwan. I'm standing by my take that Jung-Hoo Lee was not going to be safe at the plate on Tuesday night. But as close as that game was, and with Devers in the lineup, this team is still, its identity is still a pitching and defense team, which means on the base paths, you have to be clean. You can't give up the extra outs. It's incredible to have Devers in the middle of the lineup. It's not going to change the other things that they need to do well. And that means not making mistakes that allow the other team to stay in games or to get over on you because of some of these foolish either mental or physical errors. Defense has to be clean. Base running has to be done well. And they don't, I mean, they're certainly a more athletic team than they were in the last 3 years, right? I think that's pretty obvious just based on the talent on the roster. But he's right. The identity, even with Devers, doesn't change. So while I'm optimistic, and I would say optimistic, I'm like you. I think I'm a hopeful, and they definitely have the tools to turn things around offensively. It's still going to be about everything else that made them competitive prior to the Devers trade. That's still the focus.
No, I agree with everything you just said. They need to clean up their base running. They need to manufacture runs. Absolutely. But I think it's just 3 games, everybody. Let's see what happens this weekend. I tell you, as soon as Rafael Devers gets redemption on the Boston Red Sox and goes yard this weekend, I think everybody will think differently come Monday.
I sure hope so. Let's go back out to we'll go back out to the phone lines momentarily here. Dan, Rick Monday, Winemaker, Brian, we will get to all of your calls. But we do this like each and every week. And just like our UPS driver, our favorite UPS driver up in Seattle told us, look, does anybody have any idea what to do on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday?
I don't.
I do. In terms of watching sports, I mean, the NBA Finals might be done after tonight.
Socially as well, but okay.
The NBA Finals, yeah, well, come on. As I asked you, what did I ask you yesterday? How many black friends you have? But then I asked how many lady friends you have, and you said 1, your mom.
Well, that was good. That was a good retort from Costco Bear.
Yeah, thank you, Costco Bear. We love you, brother. My point is this. If you're like Derek and you don't know how to spend your weekends, and if you're like Derek and you don't have a phone, you don't have internet, you don't have a TV, you don't know what's going on in the sports landscape.
What am I, Amish? What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. That's where we come in. That's where I come in, really. Because I come in with the Bay Area, the KNBR, Bay Area Sports Calendar. We do it every Thursday and Friday. It's sponsored by Surfside before first pitch. Grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. The best thing is about the list is I find out about what's going on this weekend the same time everybody else does. We here at Dirty Work know what you're saying about yourself or to yourself. As much as I love Giants baseball and I'd love to meet Adam, Derek, and even Tim in person, I really want to. No need to meet Pat H. As always, we have you covered. Tomorrow, you can do just that here at Oracle Park. 58 Social ahead of the Giants and the Red Sox. Come and hang out, have a beer. Hell, you can live Moss with us tomorrow, 2 to 6 live at 58 Social. We'll be on the patio trying to get some players to come out too. We'll see if we can get any interviews for tomorrow afternoon. But we'd love to meet you. Come and hang out. Pat H, neither here nor there. All right, maybe you're not into Oracle Park or Rafael Devers or meeting Pat H, but you still love baseball? We got you covered with that too. If you find yourself in Martinez this weekend,
hanging out with Walter?
At the home of Walter E. Calvacetta, be sure to catch the Martinez Sturgeon as they take on the hated Bakersfield Train Robbers at Joe DiMaggio Field at Waterfront Park Saturday at 6 p.m. Get all of your hatred out for Bakersfield. Walter will be there doing a live Passion for the Pastime podcast. Make sure you tell them the Bay Area Sports Calendar sent you. That's so dumb. All right, but maybe you're sitting there and you're going, Adam, you say to yourself, I hate Pat H. and I hate Walter. Giants baseball, Bakersfield baseball, who gives an S? Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives an S? But I still want my sports fix. Have I ever let you down in the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar? Certainly not in this regard. All you early risers, this is for you. Get your ass up early on Saturday because it's the...
Come on.
It's the San Francisco Muffin Marathon.
Oh, yes.
Be ready to run, race, and munch your way through a deliciously fun challenge. Welcome to the Muffin Marathon, the sweetest race of the year. Bring a friend and challenge yourself to a race with a sweet reward. It's running, it's muffins, it's muffin tops, and it's right here in San Francisco.
It's muffin time, baby.
Yes, 7:30 a.m. at USS San Francisco Memorial. Find tickets and information online and save Derek a muffin, and he'll eat it for dinner. It's the Bay Area Sports Calendar for you, presented by Surfside, and it's for you every Thursday and Friday right here on Dirty Work.
I got one more for you. Ballers in town this weekend in Oakland. Come check that out. I'll be there Saturday.
That's different. We'll do that. We'll do that one tomorrow.
on the calendar.
Fine. We'll set it for tomorrow then, I guess.
Not my news. Speaking of the Muffin Marathon, young Tony told me today at the ball game, I was sitting with him and Marcus and Walt.
Yeah.
Young Tony told me that he's running a 10K this weekend.
Oh, it's this weekend, huh?
He said he's running one on Saturday or Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But he told me he's like, dude, I got to be there. They charged me $100 to sign up for this thing. I said, you had to pay $100 to go run? You can just go to the Presidio and do it today for free. I'm like, what are you paying for?
Not my marathon. No.
Not my marathon. Because you know our only marathon here, it's the Muffin Marathon.
Yes.
Dirty Work rolls on. Greatest show in America. Dan, Rick Monday, Winemaker, Brian. We'll get to more of your calls next. Where you feeling or how you feeling about the Giants offense? They salvaged a game today 2-1 over the Cleveland Guardians. More to come. Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants salvaged the final game of a 3-game set versus the Cleveland Guardians 2-1 earlier today behind 7 strong innings from Logan Webb and a clutch 2 RBI double from Wilmer Flores. Up next, the Boston Red Sox all weekend. Mr. K&BR loves it. For all the latest on the Giants, keep it locked to the Sports Leader and do your own Mr. K&BR impression. It's fun.
This tease looks quite scrumptious indeed.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's all about just picking the right one. I think there's a ton that goes into it. There's scouting stuff that goes into it, and just being confident in it. And I think that's the biggest thing is the confidence and throwing it. And, I'm not being scared to throw it. I think sometimes the past couple of years with my four seam, I still do it now. Like I'm scared to throw it in the zone, so I throw it 4 feet higher than the top of the zone. And I think the same with the cutter occasionally last year. And I just think it's all about just being confident in all those pitches. And kind of, obviously you don't know, but knowing that good things are going to happen and trusting your defense. So it was, it's kind of a full mix today. So.
That was Logan Webb talking about his pitch mix today as the Giants got a win 2-1, and it doesn't happen without his performance. 9 strikeouts off of a game. First win, by the way, by the Giants since he last pitched. It was last Friday against the Dodgers in L.A. And his last start, he only allowed 2 hits in that game. One of them a home run, but the fewest hits he'd allowed in a game all season long. Giants get a victory today. I mean, he's a true ace, man. I just hope at some point he's able to put up the numbers that's going to keep him in Cy Young contention. And I don't know how much the wins will be a part of that. I mean, Tim Lincecum won one with 15 wins. Logan Webb now 7-5. He's going to potentially lead the league in innings pitched again. I mean, he's like 7+ damn near every time out. And he's getting into that realm where he's going to be like an 8, 9, 10 strikeout guy, it seems like, regularly. He's been fantastic with what he's added to his arsenal this year. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. By the way, top of the hour at 6 o'clock, it's Dieter Kurtenbach tonight. Our guy Dieter with you from 6 until 9.
Actually, we have a lineup change. It's going to be Bill Lasky tonight. Tree going.
Oh, it's Lasky tonight. All right,
yes.
Good. You got Lasky talking ball. I like that. Bill Lasky coming up at 6 o'clock this evening. Let's go to Dan in Lafayette. He's been waiting a while. Dan, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Dan?
Hey. So, again, everybody agrees with all the other callers. We're just frustrated. Everybody's frustrated. That's why you get pissed off when you win by 1 run. People, they just miss the old days. When in the 80s, 90s, 2000, we had much more power hitters. Everybody's trying to be relaxed. Everybody does appreciate the pitching nowadays. We all appreciate Logan Webb. It gets old. You kind of want a different brand of baseball. Can't be the Dodgers, but, hey, I bet there's not a fan out there that wouldn't like to be the team that wins some 7-5 games or some 6-4 games. People get tired of winning last-minute heroic 1-0 games or 2-1 games. That brand of baseball gets super, super old. And it's not like Buster Posey purposely, or Farhan purposely architected it this way.
Sure.
I think you end up saying you're a defense and pitching squad when you don't have anything else.
Yeah, of course.
Because that stuff in the 80s and 90s, it didn't happen overnight. You had a combination of power hitting and good pitching. Now, if we do start to convert, it'll be slowly. He didn't intentionally say this is going to be defense and pitching only. That's not it. Nobody wants that.
No, of course
That's not what sells tickets either. So that's what people are just pissed off about. They miss the old days when you had Jack Clark and Chili Davis and Will Clark and Barry Bonds and Matt Williams and Ellis Burks. They like those 30, 40 home runs. Those are exciting. People just get irritated with these 1-0 games.
Yeah, I would just counter, and again, I'm not saying this team's doing it. I would just counter by saying none of those guys won championships. Barry Bonds went to 1 World Series. Will Clark went to 1. I hear you. I understand, but go ahead.
I know. Well, one more point. Look, I know baseball's about championships and stuff, but you know what? The interesting thing is there's going to be a subset of fans out there that would be willing to just say, look, I'll go to the playoffs every year. We don't win the World Series like we did a few years, but they would take those clubs that scored a lot of runs but never won the championship. I think in these times, I know that sounds controversial, but people like to see their team, score runs.
Yeah.
It's just how it is. People are just frustrated.
I'm with you. I appreciate the comment. No, I understand.
I agree with Dan. I know you guys probably think differently. The teams that won championships are going to have a soft spot in your heart, but I do think that some people would say the Bonds teams were more exciting just because of the offensive output.
I don't know. I would say the Bonds era was a blast, but it's also an anomaly of an era, right? I mean, you had a player that is an anomaly. Like, you're never going to see that again. What he's talking more about, the Kevin Mitchells and the Will Clarks and the Jack Clarks, I understand all of that. And they had good pitching then, too. The A's won that World Series because they had power bats, and they had speed, and they had electric starting pitching. I mean, they just had better rotation.
And an amazing closer.
An amazing closer. I mean, really, that was about the A's pitching and a couple of big bats in the lineup. Ricky at the top after they traded back for him from New York. And they had, he's a Hall of Famer, of course, but they had big slugging power bats. Like, I'm of the mindset, and to say that's what sells tickets, the Giants are selling tickets. They sold out today. They're getting over 35,000, it seems like, on weeknights. They're selling out weekend games. Baseball viewership across all platforms, both cable and streaming, is up wildly this year, and that's probably attributed to some of the rule changes. Honestly, in terms of the time of game, how things are being played, I think that some of that has invigorated some of the reinvigorated some of the younger fan base. But ticket sales across baseball are up as well, like a good percentage. Giants attendance is up this year, absolutely. I was talking to one of the Giants executives today during the game, and attendance is up, and they were thrilled, expecting a sellout today. They said they sold nearly like 3,000 tickets for today's game today. Like, people woke up and were like, I want to go see the Giants play ball. What I'm saying is, like, to say, well, this winning close games and walking off late and winning late it gets tiresome. I think anything that keeps fans engaged, whether it's the level of frustration, because here's the thing. If you're not good, yeah, fans are frustrated, but they're more just mad at the crap nature of the organization and your inability to compete. Right now, being frustrated with the offense, I feel as a fan, is a luxury based on the talent that they have. We have the right to be frustrated because of the expectations that this team has built, because we know what they're capable of when you have a pitching staff like this. The lineup wasn't electric to open 2010. You know what I mean? I looking at him now, it's a joke. Aubrey Huff. I was pissed when they got Aubrey Huff. I was like, this guy was like a cast off from Tampa and Baltimore. I was like, this guy, I don't care about this guy. Pat Burrell comes over after he got dumped by the Tampa Bay Devil Rays that year, the Rays that year. Like, what I'm saying is, you don't have to have 30 home run power, and they haven't, and won 3 championships since the last time they did. And again, talking championships versus being competitive every year is a different thing, right? I would agree in that brands of baseball can be lame and boring, and the Farhan era did that in spades. It was the most boring era of Giants baseball I can remember, because you didn't care about anybody on the roster. You didn't know who you were going to see. There was nobody to look forward to. I would say that as long as you've got players of talent that are everyday players, and your team can be competitive, to his point, kind of like the Sabian era where you're in the playoffs every year, yeah, there are a lot of teams who would take that over some of the ways the Giants are winning now. I think a lot of people would be excited to have the Brian Sabian era of Giants baseball, but that only works to get to the playoffs every year if you eventually get to the mountaintop. You can't go to the playoffs every year and say, well, I'm happy to just go every year. If you go 4, 5, 6 times in a row like the Dodgers and you don't win it, then you become it's a World Series or bust type team. What I'm saying now is I think they're building something that is sustainable, and I've got confidence, or I've got hope, that they have the tools to turn this thing around offensively, because by all accounts, the pitching is going to hold up.
No, I agree 100% with you. I think that this is just year one and stepping forward into the Buster Posey era. Obviously, it's his first year there, but they're changing things. You see it right now. They're 9 games above 500. And yes, obviously, Buster Posey doesn't think it's sustainable as well, because why would he go out and get Rafael Devers? He's hoping that this changes. He hopes that it looks more, offensively, better than it was before. But yes, I understand what Dan was saying. I get it. That this brand of baseball, yes, we all love Logan Webb and his ability.
This isn't a bad brand of This isn't a bad brand of baseball. It's just a flawed brand right now.
Yes, I would agree with that. But like today, like watching the game, even though Logan Webb pitched a gem, for the majority of the game, it was boring. I will say it was tough to watch because of the offensive output. It is hard to watch sometimes. But at the end of the day, if you're winning, who gives a damn?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Hey, Derek, they don't hang pitchers in the standings, bro.
I'm telling you, Coach, people say this.
Dude, I'm never going to stop saying it now that you said it, dude.
Well,
they don't hang pitchers in the standings. We got a caller on the line who I've been wanting to talk to since Monday. This guy's become one of our regular callers.
Oh, yeah.
Normally calls from Hayward on Mondays. His name is Rick. We call him Rick Mondays because he calls on Monday.
But it's Thursday.
He's calling on a Thursday, and the reason I've been wanting to talk to him all week is for a couple of weeks now, Rick's called in and said Giants kind of went cheap. We talked about getting another first baseman who they should have got maybe in the offseason. Talked about ownership. Rick, Rafael Devers is a Giant, bro. How you feeling, man?
I didn't talk to you about this already?
No, I don't think so, man.
Rick,
all right.
Rick,
I think
I'm hurt.
I've called up three different programs, but I think I called up and I said I was stunned, I was shocked, and I can't call the Giants cheap anymore. And I take back what I said. I mean, I was in shock. However, they're not really paying him $254 million. They're only paying him $220 million because they traded away Hicks. This was a fantastic move. How do you get rid of this? Who's owed $30 million and then take on $254 million? And oh, by the way, it's really only $220 million because now you just got rid of 30.
Pretty good deal. Yeah, I'd say it's a net positive. I'm into that.
Yeah. Yes. Now, granted, Lee Jung-Hoo, he's batting. He's 212 May, 194 June so far.
Yeah.
And now we're going to go to the pitching. Verlander, the team is 4-7 with him. Roop, who was exposed in L.A., and Birdsong is only 3-2 in his 5 starts. Granted, he's got a 3.24 run average. The team has given up 3 runs or less and lost those 16 times when they've given up 3 runs or less.
I hate that.
Why should we not be mad about this offense? I mean, you have 5 guys in this lineup right now that are pathetic. You've got Adames. He's having 205 or something like that.
Yeah.
You've got the catcher, Bailey. You've got Lee in center field. It's just it's frustrating. You're right. And I don't know where you're talking about this confidence in the pitching. Granted, the relievers are doing great, but when you have 3 guys in the back end of your bullpen, Verlander, Roop, and Birdsong only pitches 5 innings a game. Roop, we're lucky if we're going to get 5 innings out of him, and Verlander looked terrible last night. Granted, it was his first game back, but I mean, he threw that flat fastball right over the plate, and the guy smacked it into left center field. I'm amazed where we're at.
Well, the numbers would tell you they're one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. I actually thought Verlander was throwing really well until that inning when Tyler Fitzgerald makes the error, and then he goes into the stretch and then immediately gives up that 3-run homer right after, and give up a knock, I think, in between there. But until that 4th inning, I think it was, when the wheels came off, he was trending in the right direction, Verlander was, before he got hurt. Wasn't going deep into games. It wasn't blowing people away. But I don't know what our expectations were for him. I still think at some point this year we're going to see Carson Whisenhunt. He's been pitching well down in AAA. He's already had a couple of accolades this year in terms of pitchers of the week and pitchers of the month and whatnot. I don't know why, based on the numbers and based on what we see game in and game out, I don't know why you'd not be confident in them. I don't really care about the win-losses of the player or the record. Birdsong's been sharp. Landon Roop, that was the worst start of his season. He was pitching great, and I appreciate the call, Rick, in his previous 4 or 5 starts. And his numbers would indicate that he was more unlucky due to the analytics than he was just bad. So you'd love to see that bounce back. I mean, I think you need to see him get out of a first inning or out of a second inning and go back to doing what he was doing. Also, show me a staff around baseball where all 5 guys make you feel great. It just doesn't happen either. That's my thing is, a lot of times I think what we're nitpicking here are the back ends of things. I mean, the other day people were very upset with Casey Schmidt, saying he shouldn't be a starter. I'm going, he's not a starter. He's the backup third baseman and the backup middle infielder, right? That's the position he plays. The Giants opened the 2010 season with Todd Wellemeyer. Does anybody remember him as their number 5 starter? When you get to the postseason, yes, everybody's important. Barry Zito didn't even make the postseason roster in 2010 and was one of, if not the most important part of the rotation on the back end in 2012. Tim Lincecum pitched his way out of the starting rotation in 2012 and then became a super reliever in 2012 in the postseason, and then again in 2014 when he had an ERA over 4 for the season. My point is, They are a team that is predicated on pitching and defense. The pitching is held up as evidenced by the number of one-run games they've played, the ability to come back in games, and to hold runners or to hold teams to not scoring many runs at all after the seventh inning. They're one of the best top 3 or 4 in all of baseball day to day. It changes just based on some of the numbers, but they are elite in terms of pitching. So you can be frustrated, I think, with some of the numbers you look at with guys on the Giants staff, but around baseball, they're doing it worse in the same situations. It's why I go, this is the strength of the team. It's not just Logan Webb and Robbie Ray and then a bunch of schlubs. I mean, the Boston Red Sox asked for Hayden Birdsong. You know what I mean? They asked for Wisenhunt. There are players that they would have wanted in this deal and did not net. I'm not saying, again, I'm confident in the pitching because of what we've seen in the track record so far. It's what's carried them to 9 games over 500. That's what gives me confidence. Everybody's willing to say the offense is mediocre. Absolutely. I think we all agree. It's average at best. In some places, below average. But you don't get to 9 games over 500 because both sides of the ball are average or below average. You're where you are because of the pitching staff. That's why I'm confident. And that's where I'm at.
I would agree.
Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Let's go to Brian. Brian's in Morgan Hill. What's up, Brian? You're on the Sports Leader.
Good to meet you. I don't know if you remember me. I remember you guys over at Jack's Bar and Grill. I was representing the O-Town Warriors back.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Niners draft day.
Yeah, we're going to be back down there a few times, I think, this year for some Niner stuff. We're trying to get back down to Jack's in San Jose.
Yeah. I was coming home from work, so I was like, hey, why not stop on? I was at that Tuesday night game, and what I saw was a great team. I feel like Buster Posey has been doing this rebuild, and right now it may seem like it's not working, but we beat the Dodgers at home with that pitcher that got paid a lot of money. We took him out. When we play the Dodgers again, I have a feeling this team, even with Devers now, they just seem more locked in. And Tuesday night, they seemed locked in. Even though they lost that game, it really felt like they were going to win it. Like, if they just had one more out, we would have got that game. And I see with Buster Posey's division, I don't think Buster's playing to get a wild card. I think Buster's playing to win the division. And the way this team is building, the way they just put in Denver, and the way the crowd reacted, it feels like it's old Giants baseball, and it's coming back. And, to me, I just think we just need to be patient and wait and see. At the end of this year, I think we're going to see a division win. And I might get a lot of hate right now, but if I'm right, guys better remember what I said.
Appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I felt like it was electric on Tuesday night's game. We do have to take a quick break. 808-KMBR is the number to call and to text. Appreciate everybody who's called in today as well. Bill Lasky with you at the top of the hour. He's going to get a lot more of your reaction to where the Giants are after winning one of these 3 against Cleveland, but a good one today. 2-1. Not great in runners in scoring position in this series. 2 for 26, but they salvage a game behind Logan Webb and Wilmer Flores. More to come. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. I'm live from the bunker in Oracle Park. Derek and Tim at our headquarters, the Sports Leader headquarters in Daly City. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Bill Lasky at the top of the hour. We, by the way, will be on the patio tomorrow at 58 Social. 2 to 6 tomorrow. Come on out. You can live Moss with us. You can meet Pat H. Maybe he's going to be in, by the way, Pat H. and all his Red Sox gear.
6:15, a little longer.
Tomorrow, yeah, well, for me, 6:40, 3:30. Let's go out to, after I get you your award-winning diamond notes, let's go out to Alfonso, who's in San Francisco. I love an Alfonso. What's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you for taking my call. I'm a first-time caller to your show.
Oh, welcome, bro.
I just want... Yeah, thank you. I wanted to say that 1-0, 6-4, 10-9, a win is a win, and more importantly than anything, we snapped the losing streak, and we didn't get swept, which is important at home. And I know we're frustrated with the way that it is right now, but baseball is a game of streaks. You know, we get into winning streaks, we get into losing streaks, and at some point, everything either falls into place or collapses, right? So if we're complaining of what's happening now, it's a good thing because we're in a good place. So I'm not really like stressing over where the team is at right now. Eventually, things have to fall into place, and I have hope and confidence that things will fall into place. And I also wanted to mention that, no, I don't want to be that team that goes to the playoffs every year and never makes it. I don't want to be the Braves like they were in the 90s. And I remember that.
Yeah, Braves fans were pissed about that. They didn't like that.
You know, that's boring to me. Watching my team go to the playoffs every year and collapsing, that's boring. I don't want to be the Bills. And more importantly, this is baseball. Let's watch the game. Let's watch the season as it develops. Let's cheer our team. And you know what? Everybody's excited. We should be excited because we're pity complaining. So let's go Giants and let's go San Francisco. Thank you.
I appreciate the call.
There we go, Alfonso. There we go. Baseball's a game of streaks, and sometimes when you're Tim Webb and you change your underwear, it's a game of streaks as well.
Tim, you'd like to comment? Care to comment on that?
It's like a new pair of underwear. At first it's uncomfortable, but then it becomes a part of you.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly it. Let's go back out to the phone lines. I think I lost my internet connection here. You want to call the next call here, Jared?
Yeah, well, where are we at? Number 2. Let's go to Cody in Santa Clara. What's up, Cody?
Hello?
What's up, Cody?
It's Tony, but that's all right.
Tim, come on now. Sorry, Tony.
No, dude, he needs to flip his underwear.
Yeah, dude, thank you. Exactly. What you got?
So, no, I'm down. So my thing is like, things you fear in life were Mother Nature, Father Time, and Cupid. And the one thing the Giants have an advantage is that Mother Nature is part of the mystique of their field. And the type of player that they bring in is the type of player that, like, the guy that shoots the ball all around the field. I mean, this is the best thing that I've seen in years.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so excited for the future. Now, this Eldridge kid, hopefully they bring him along a little bit and, you know, he picks his glove up a little bit more. But, I mean, once you insert that in the lineup too, man, things are going to be good here at the end of the season. I'm telling you guys. Thanks for taking my call, and nobody likes dirty underwear.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Tony.
Appreciate the
Thank you,
call,
Tony.
Tim. Well, Eldridge is struggling at the plate right now. Right now, he's not trending towards the bigs this season.
You know what? That's all right. That's why you
That's
got
okay.
Rafael Devers. That's why you got Rafael Devers.
We don't have to worry about it right now.
Yes.
By the way, we did play that cut from Bob Melvin after the game that said, hey, he is going to work on getting both guys, Wilmer and Devers, in the lineup at the same time. And people will go, well, what about the defense at first? I know. Tom Smith is a good defensive first baseman. We'll see what happens with that. But they give him a 1-year contract. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think Dom Smith's a part of this thing.
Probably not.
I think all you get there is that he's going to slot in and play some first defensively at some point. He's also a guy who at times in his career doesn't have good speed, but at times in his career I think he was an outfielder as well. Could maybe play the corner. So maybe you find some places for him to play in the outfield. We'll see how that goes. On the tip of like being a good pitching team rather than being a good hitting team and being in games, 650 checked in with a really apt something to think about here. Says, hey, remember the Yankees? All those mashers they have in that lineup? They just got shut out in 3 straight games, and they've lost 4 in a row.
Yep.
And right now, Judge is in a slump. Like, pitching can slump, and hitting slumps too. But again, when you've got great pitching and you can get over a pitching slump and hand it off to a bullpen that's been lights out, it's not likely that everybody on your staff is going to slump. And it's not likely that, I mean, at times it feels like your whole lineup can get shut down by a great pitching staff, maybe even like the Giants did in this series, even though it's not a fantastic lineup. My point is just that I said this to you before. People are going, I'd love to win a 7-5 game. I go, yeah, but you gave up 5. You know what I mean? I'd love to win a 7-2 game. It's kind of where I'm at. I want the Giants to
Either way,
hammer some teams. It's okay to win the close games. I'm just saying, when you can pitch it the way they've pitched it, and they have the 3rd best ERA in all of baseball, their entire pitching staff, in all of baseball, they've got the 3rd best ERA. It's Mets, it's Texas, and it's the Giants. And then it's like the Detroit Tigers, you know what I mean? Teams that are up near the tops of their league. The Dodgers aren't anywhere near that right now. You know what I mean? The Dodgers are at 21st. So we can talk all about how electric that lineup is, but they're not running away with this division right now. People are going, you're not going to win the division. I'm going, you're all guessing that the Dodgers are getting everybody back on their pitching side of things. I'm not convinced. They've played really good baseball, and they're holding on to a pretty thin lead right now in the National League West.
No, I mean, I would agree. You just got to let things play out right now. I think we're all hung up on 3 games right now offensively, so let's all calm down. And let's get to our last call of the day. Let's go to Alberto in San Francisco. What's up, Alberto?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Long-time listener. I got to say, you guys grew on me because I was used to Fitz and Brooks, and I had a little bit of, hesitation on continuing listening.
I feel you.
Once you guys switched it up. But I do appreciate you guys', banter, and, you guys make me laugh. Like yesterday, I literally swallowed my Zyn from that joke that guy made about, how many black friends do you have? One, your mama,
That was a hell of a good. What was that line? What was his name? Costco Bear?
Costco Bear.
Yeah, dude, that was a good caller. I appreciate you giving us a chance. I appreciate you calling in, brother. What you got?
Yeah, definitely. So I just wanted to say, mamma mia, these people nowadays, they're just too finicky. They just, they just expect too much. It's like, come on, guys, don't forget last year and the year before how the team was. We've opened up the season pretty well, and I think pretty sure the Buster Posey effect is full on in effect, and I think they can get back into that gear again. Just gotta have some faith, like in the 2010. Can't stop believing,
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Alberto, that's kind of it. I was trying to say that to him, like, dude, we're all Giants fans here. Like, everybody calling in, like, we get kind of back and forth on it, and we get snarky about it. Dude, we're all Giants fans. We all want the same result for the season. Even Derek is a Giants fan. You know what I mean? Like,
calm down.
Even Derek jumped on, man. We all want the same result. We just get frustrated in different elements of the team. My point here, and it's different than we were arguing about, like, what's Farhan doing? Is he doing it the right way? And I was just more about giving the guy the opportunity to do it his way. But my thought is, and I said this a minute ago, we have the luxury right now of being frustrated about a team we have expectations for. And I'm not saying that's some silver lining or, there's no moral victories in baseball or in professional sports. But when we have a team that's this fun to watch, and you could say it's not fun when you don't get hits until the end. Nah, but I'm going to remember this one as a pretty fun game. I'm going to remember it as a come-from-behind win. I'm not going to remember getting 2 hits before the 7th inning. I'm going to remember the walk-off double and the performance not the walk-off, the RBI double and the performance from Webb. So they're in a position that we all wanted to be in. We want to play meaningful baseball into September, and right now that's where they're trending.
Amen.
Alberto, appreciate the call, bro. We'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks so much. 808 KMBR, always the number to call. You can keep lining them up. Bill Lasky is going to join, he's going to take over for us at 6 o'clock. He'll be getting to your calls and your thoughts. He'll be with you from 6 until 9 tonight, talking some Giants baseball. I want to hear one Jeff Kent before we get out of here, Tim. If you can dig that up at some point. That's not it. Maybe when we come on back, a little Jeff Kent for you. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed. Giants beat the Guardians 2-1. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
When he asked you, how many black friends do you have? You should have said one. Your mom.
Well, in case you missed it, Murph and Marcus had an exclusive sit-down with the one and only Barry Bonds this morning. Check out his thoughts on Rafael Devers and the team's legacy of great hitters in San Francisco. You can find that podcast and all of our podcasts on our app or at thesportsleader.com.
I'd give up a bone for you.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Put the show to bed here. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park where the Giants saved face. Got a win today against Cleveland 2-1 thanks to Wilmer Flores. A two-run pinch hit double in the seventh. Little mini rally got going there with a base hit from Casey Schmidt, a walk from Jung-Hoo Lee, sack bunt from Patrick Bailey, and then a double on a pinch hit from Wilmer Flores. Giants get the win, and then they'll take on the Boston Red Sox, Rafael Devers' former team, tomorrow. They come to town for a 3-game series. Bill Lasky waiting in the on-deck circle, so why don't we do a little note to self and get out of here. Tim, you got a note to self?
Yeah, note to self, if you ask for Jeff Kent, you get Jeff Kent.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
I'm down with it. I love it. I've always loved it. Since I was just a listener, I've always loved it. Derek, you got one?
Note to self. Note to self. Note to the audience. We just played the cue to call. So if you want Bone Thugs and we got a winner. Never mind then. Okay, we're all good then.
Note to self. We already did it. All right, here's my note to self.
Note to self.
Giants fans, we're all in this together, man. We all want the same things. Day at a time, game at a time. Let's take the series against the Boston Red Sox. Feel good about it. Coming into next week to take on the
High School
Fish.
Musical? We're all in this together?
All right, that's not what I said.
All right.
You're the one quoting it, knowing exactly where that's from. A little Zac Efron love. All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work on
Sounds like you know more about than me.
Okay, shut up. On a Thursday afternoon. Yeah, all my black friends loved it.
That's a Hudgens?
That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Thursday. Hope everybody enjoyed some of their holiday and the Giants' victory. We'll be back with you tomorrow at 2 o'clock, 2 until 6:15 at 58 Social here at Oracle Park. If you're coming by, come say what's up. Come say hi to us, Pat H., maybe Liv Moss with us tomorrow afternoon. Until then, every day it gets, how do I say it? It gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier.
Oh, my
Just
God.
got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. Bill Lasky up next, starting right now.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
Here's your host, Bill Lasky.
All right, welcome into a Sports Phone KBR on a Thursday night after the Giants ended up getting away from that 4-game losing streak with a beautiful win today. And they got Logan Webb a win. He's now 7-5. What a great performance Logan Webb did again today. And Wilmer Flores put a smile on his face with a nice double down the line in the 7th inning. They pulled out 2 runs for Logan Webb. How about that? 2 runs. That was enough for him. And the bullpen of Rodriguez and Duvall just shut him down. What a great, great outing by Logan Webb, Rodriguez, and Duvall. And when the Giants are scuffling to get runs, hey, you may only need 2. But Dirty Work definitely put that together with a lot of the callers calling in today and kind of regressing a little bit on the offense. But, you just got to let it roll day to day. They're 42-33. They're 9 games over 500. And I think that's pretty damn good right now when you're looking at all the makeovers they've done. And, of course, the hot topic still is Rafael Devers. And you got to look at other hitters that are scuffling. Jung-Hoo Lee is really, really not doing well right now in the month of June. 10 for 54, $185. That's why I saw what Bob Melvin did, putting him in the 7th spot today. Just really rolling over a lot of balls, not really making solid contact. What he did do, though, he got a nice walk in that 7th inning after Casey Schmidt got that base hit, and he ended up being the winning run, I should say, the winning run that he got when Mr. Wilmer Flores got the double. But, talking about Logan Webb, and we can dissect some numbers right here, right off the bat. That was his 16th start of the season. 8 starts. In 8 of those 16, he's gone 7 innings 6 times, twice 8 innings. So you're looking at 8 starts out of the 16 where he went 7 innings 6 and 8 innings twice. Right then and there, that's showing you how durable he is. And today, when you look at what he did, 97 pitches, 68 for strikes. I always talk about first pitch strikes. If you've heard my shows on the weekend or filling in here at Sports Phone, Logan Webb, pretty much the best performance he has ever thrown with first pitch strikes. 26 first pitch strikes out of 28 hitters. That's exceptional. And that's how he kept his pitch count down. Through 20 pitches the first inning, 15 the second, 22 the third, and all of a sudden he had 57 pitches. Then all of a sudden the 4th inning, 6, 5th inning, 10, 6th inning, 13, 7th inning, 11, he shut him down. And he was getting quick outs. No question. When you look at 6 pitches for 3 outs, that's damn quick. When you look at 11 in his last inning, in the 7th inning, after he gave up a double to Martinez and got out of it, that's damn good pitching. And you say, hey, he's the ace of the staff. He should be doing this. It's not that simple, folks. It's a different lineup every time he goes out there. When you look at what he's done in the month of June, 4 starts, San Diego, Atlanta, the Dodgers, and Cleveland. That's some good lineups he had to go up against. He goes 2-0, 28 innings pitched, a 1.61 earned run average, 30 strikeouts, 3 walks. That's in 4 starts in the month of June. 4 starts against top line, I would say, contending teams, wouldn't you think? San Diego, Atlanta, the Dodgers, and Cleveland. Yeah, you look at Cleveland, they're 10 games back of Detroit. Atlanta scuffled a little bit, but they still got some good lineups. You look at what Cleveland threw out there. Kwan, man, he's just dialed in. Boy, I wish the Giants could grab him. Jose Ramirez, 32-year-old, hitting over 320. Those 2 guys lead the Guardians really, really well. So you look at overall numbers this year. When you look at what he's done this year, no doubt he's an all-star. I think he should be starting a damn all-star game. Why not? He's 7-5, 101 in a third innings, 98 hits, 28 earned runs, 114 Ks. 114 Ks with only 20 walks. Whew, that's dialed in. 2.49 earned run average. That's what your base is doing. That's the guy that's going out there. Last win the Giants had was when Logan Webb pitched against the Dodgers last Friday. And he went out there today as your ace and said, I'll do it. I'll close it. This is what I'm here for. Now, of course, he was a little cringe there a little bit when you're thinking about after 6 innings, it's 1-0. After the top of the 7th inning, he comes out, it's still 1-0. And we've seen 1-0 games, Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, they lost 1-0. In the back of his mind, I just wonder if he was thinking that way. Until Wilmer Flores came up and pinch hit a double down the left field line. And I tell you, the whole play in that whole inning is Patrick Bailey laying the sacrifice bunt down. That was so key, and it was done very perfect. Right out in front of the plate. Nothing more to do but throw to first base. And there's your setup, second and third. Runners in scoring position, don't even talk about it. 1 for 23, 4 for 37. Ugly, ugly, ugly. We talked about this for the past few years, runners in scoring position. It's been ugly. They can't come up with key hits. They can't even come up with a hit, not a key hit. So you start thinking about how in the hell are they going to do this? How are they going to get some offense rolling? Some guys better get hot. You can't just throw Rafael Devers in there and say, hey, carry us. It's not going to happen. But I want to throw you a number here. Right off the bat. Elliot Ramos and Rafael Devers. And you're like, what are you talking about? Well, what if you thought Rafael Devers, after today, had 77 hits in 281 at-bats this year? Would you think Ramos is better, or you think Ramos is a little light? Well, you're wrong. Ramos has better stats than Rafael Devers. He's 78 for 278. Devers, 77 for 281. Yeah, that's Elliot Ramos. And the defense that he put out today, that diving catch in the first inning, stellar. He's made some great plays in left field. He's fumbled a couple, but I think his defense has really gotten better. Got a great show lined up tonight. We're going to talk to Shayna Rubin from the SF Chronicle. She's going to give us a little insight, a little bit more on the Rafael Devers. Erwin Higueras, that's right, my good friend Erwin Higueras, play-by-play, the Spanish broadcasting of baseball for the Giants. He's going to join us. Of course, he was the voice for Rafael Devers in the press conference. Damon Miner is going to join us. He's assistant hitting coach for the San Francisco Giants. Jeff Young, who I've had on many shows, of course, he's on the fan cast of Around the Foghorn. He's in Salt Lake City right now, so we're going to talk to him. The Sacramento River Cats are playing there. And then I figured out I'm going to introduce a friend of mine. She was an intern up when I was doing TV with Johnny Daskal with the Sacramento River Cats. Sarah Hajes is her name. She is now on Channel 7 weekends, and she's trying to be a broadcaster here. Just doing a great job, and I want to introduce her to Giants fans as well as KNBR fans. So great show lined up. Of course, your phone calls at 415-808-KNBR are up there. So we'll come back, grab a couple calls that have been waiting there. I'm Bill Lasky. This is Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night. Let's bring it in and have a good show. We'll be right back right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants salvaged the final game of a 3-game set versus the Cleveland Guardians 2-1 earlier today behind 7 strong innings from Logan Webb and a clutch 2 RBI double from Wilmer Flores. Up next, the Boston Red Sox all weekend. Mr. KNBR loves it. For all the latest on the Giants, keep it locked to the Sports Leader and do your own Mr. KNBR impression. It's fun.
This tease looks quite scrumptious indeed.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, Bill Lasky with Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night. Giants pull one out 2-1. They needed that one. They lost 4 straight, 2 against the Dodgers and the first 2 against the Guardians. Now they're 42-33. Home record now 23-13, 19-20 on the road. And then now they go into the Boston Red Sox, and this will be a fun weekend series, of course, with Rafael Devers is being traded over. And then you got 3 against the Marlins. So here's a chance the Giants need to get going here. Of course, you thought maybe they could beat the Guardians 2 out of 3. The Guardians just got swept up in Seattle 3 straight games, but it didn't happen. So now you win this one, and you start looking forward. Tomorrow, Hayden Birdsong takes the hill against Hunter Dobbins. Of course, Birdsong 3-1 with a 2.7 earned run average. Hunter Dobbins 4-1 with a 3.7. And then 2 afternoon games. Landon Root takes the hill on Saturday, 4-5 with a 3.9 earned run average against Brian Bello. He's 3-1 with a 3.4 earned run average. And then Sunday, 105, Robbie Ray takes the hill, 8-2 with a 2.6 against Lucas Giolito, 3-1 with a 4.7. All right-handers that the Red Sox are throwing against the Giants. The first game tomorrow, 7:15, first pitch right here on KNBR. The next 2 are 1:05. An extra innings post-game show will be followed up, both of those games. Got a great lineup coming up, and I'll talk about that as this show continues. Let's get to the phone calls. Let's go up to Sacramento. Tell it like it is. Been waiting for a while. How are you? Good evening. Bill Lasky on Sports Phone KNBR. What do you need? Are you there?
Oh, I talked to you a couple times before. Hello, can you hear me?
I got you now. Tell it like it is. Tell it like it is. Tell me what you got.
Okay. Hey, look, Brian Sabian and Bruce Bochy, anytime the hitting started to go down, they addressed that issue. I think Pat Burrell, Bomel and Pat Burrell, they ought to start addressing that hitting. This swing and miss baseball is not going to win you a World Series. It's not going to get you. Fans are falling asleep. They fell asleep in the stands today until the 8th inning. So they're on the bottom of hitting.
Let me ask you something. Tell it like it is. How do you know that Bob Melvin and Pat Burrell and Damon Miner haven't talked to this team about it?
Oh, I don't know that. It's just that I'm just looking at results. That's all, because I know Bruce Bochy.
Well, the results, you can't blame these guys, though. You got to blame the athlete itself, and the athlete themselves are doing the work. But when it comes to game time, all the work they're doing pregame is not amounting that attack in a game. The runners in scoring position, I think all Giant fans, as well as myself, are scratching our head on. Opportunities plus, they can't even get a hit. They can't even get a clutch hit. It's got to change because this team has good enough players. And I think what has to change is some of the adjustments during the game need to be looked at.
Yes, I understand. But I think a coach can really can help you out. So they have Barry Bonds there now, from what I understand. So, like Bobby Bonds used to tell his son Barry, where you see the ball, hit the ball. So I think if they give the guy, where you see the ball, don't swing over in a zone, don't swing over the top, don't try to golf it. Where you see the ball, hit the ball. You can teach a pro to be better out there. To me, this is just my opinion. I know you're a pro. I don't know, I don't know anything about what you know. But I'm just saying that I can really see that these guys are swinging through a zone. They're not looking at the baseball. They're pulling their head off.
Yeah, and I think a lot of them are being. I think they're swinging a lot earlier than expected. They're fishing for the changeup, or they're not going out on that slider, a right-hander, and going to right field with it. Casey Schmidt hit a nice fastball to right field today. and you start looking at hitters that can go all the way to right field, to left field, pull the ball, push the ball. I've always said that when you get a good hitter that can go to all fields, that's a damn good hitter. When you get a guy pulling all the time, and we've seen this out of Willie Adames, a lot of pullovers, and what happens? You get a ground ball to shortstop, ground ball to third. A lot of those issues are pitch selection, and I think what you're telling me like it is pitch selection they need to be better at.
They need to be better. Otherwise, if they start hitting better, we'd be in first place, Bill.
Give us some time. Tell it like it is. Give them some time. I mean, you got a good stretch now with the Red Sox. You got the Marlins. You got the White Sox. Let's see how it goes in another week. But thanks for holding on. I appreciate your call. Let's go out to Santa Clara and talk to Harry. Harry, you're on Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night with Bill Lasky. What's going on, my friend?
Hey, Bill. Hey, great to talk to you. So I was at today's game, and in the seventh inning after Logan Webb got done, he was coming off the field, and they threw the camera on him, so he was on the big screen, and you could see him muttering something. And the only thing I could imagine was the same thing that we were all thinking, gosh darn it, get some darn runs in, will you? And I flipped on the radio to see if the announcers were talking about it, and they didn't mention it, so I wasn't sure if anybody else.
Well, you know what, and you're seeing it. You know, you're seeing a nonverbal. I mean, he's not upset at his team. Logan Webb is such a good teammate. He's one of the captains of this team. I think he just gets frustrated. I was a pitcher. I went into a lot of games losing 2-1, 1-0. You get frustrated because you're pitching your tail off, and it just doesn't happen. And it's happened too many times to Logan Webb. And today, after he gave up that one run, after battling out of that inning and then shutting him down the rest of the way, that was stellar Logan Webb. He understands they're having difficulties getting runs. He was one of the guys jumping in the Dodger dugout when they ended up with the Rafael Devers trade. He was so excited. And it's just got to take some time with these guys. I know Giants fans, we're going to be at 81 games. We're going to be at the halfway point after the Marlins series. After the Marlins series, when they leave this homestand, they'll be 81 games into the season. I think that's when we start justifying what's going to happen the second half. Who's going to get hot? Who's not? I really think they need Matt Chapman. I think Matt Chapman comes back in this lineup. He'll have some spark now with Devers, and we'll see if this thing grows better. All right, Harry. Thanks for the call, man. Let's. Yeah. I lost you there, Harry. Go ahead.
Now, I was going to say it's all about it's all about patience for the batters and patience for the fans. I think on last Sunday when they made that trade, we'd won 6 in a row, 7 in a row, and then all of a sudden a trade, and it disrupts that chemistry, and it's going to take some time to get that chemistry back. So
I agree.
I'm in it for the
it'll
patience,
take,
so.
It'll click. It'll click, Harry. It's going to click. Rafael Devers will spark this offense. As I was throwing the numbers out about Elliot Ramos, he's having just as good a year as him, and except not driving in runs. But there's some hitters in this lineup that are still hot. The ones I worry about a little bit is Jung-Hoo Lee. He's tailed off very quickly. Patrick Bailey just hasn't got it going yet consistently. You got to get something out of second base. Tyler Fitzgerald grinding every day. Christian Koss grinding every day. I think what's going to happen, maybe you'll see Casey Schmidt play some second base when Chapman comes back. Gives him a little more plug in that batting order. We'll find out, but right now, I tell you, I'm patting Casey Schmidt on his back because he has played some great defense at the third base side.
I agree with that. Appreciate the chat here, Bill.
Yep, thanks, Harry. I appreciate your call. Let's go to Oakland and talk to Jack. Jack, you're on Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night with Bill Lasky. What's going on, bud?
I'm good. I went to the game today. It was my grandpa's first game. We got pretty good seats. Yeah.
Fantastic. What'd you think, man? It was a nail biter for 7 innings, right?
It felt like before the 7th inning, everyone was just quiet, and then once they scored those runs, it was people got more excited, and I think that was great.
I think the biggest thing that you saw once Logan Webb came out, you saw some fireballers with Rodriguez and Duvall to finish that game. That's a pretty good 1-2 punch in the 8th and 9th inning for the Giants, Jack.
Yeah, I think they're a great duo. I think Rodriguez in the future, I feel like he could be a closer. But
Yeah,
and I think Camilo has that
maybe
drop-off.
down the road, Jack, maybe down the road, you still got Camilo Duvall, who's still young. He's in his late 20s. I think with Randy Rodriguez, we saw a little of that in Colorado. I don't know if he's ready to close yet. I think it's a different animal when you close a game. The pressure you put on yourself, and throwing strikes and throwing accurate pitches. I think Camilo Duvall's got that animalistic man in him, and I think that's what we want in Camilo Duvall. And he threw very well today. He threw 11 pitches, 8 for strikes. Rodriguez threw 12 pitches, 9 for strikes. That's what you call dial in coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah, I agree. Logan Webb pitched great. I'm just a little disappointed with the pass because he could be 10-2 right now, I feel like. But the offense just barely snuck through.
So let me ask you, Jack, who's your favorite player out there? Who do you watch every day?
Well, my favorite player is Chapman, and sadly he's injured. I've been loving Ramos. He made that great catch today.
Yeah, he made a real nice catch in that first inning. It really was. What do you like about Ramos? Do you like his defense? His defense has gotten a lot better this year. I just think he's hitting the ball better. He's hitting over 280, and when coming in today, he got drilled a couple times against the Guardians. That's not a good move.
Yeah, his OBP is 365, and his average is 281. So he's just an on-base machine, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. Jack, thanks for the call. Appreciate your time. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. I'll be on the weekends if you want to buzz me then. I'm also doing Sports Phone tomorrow night after the Boston Red Sox game, so pick up that phone and call me, Jack. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
Oh, well, have a nice night.
All right, we're going to take a quick break on Sports Phone KMBR and dial it in, 415-808-KMBR if you want to get on the phone line. It's got a good packed showdown for you for the rest of the show, but it's always great to talk to Giants fans about this team. 42-33 Giants fans. They're 9 games over 500 with the Boston Red Sox coming in here for a 3-game series over the weekend. I'm Bill Lasky. This is Sports Phone KMBR. More coming up right here on The Leader.
want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, back on KNBR with Bill Lasky. That was Bob Melvin talking about all the options he has at first base as soon as Rafael Devers can play first base. He hasn't played any defense at all with the Boston Red Sox. He was mainly the DH, and Bob Melvin and Buster Posey talked about if there was a position for him to play, it would be at first base. But you got to look at Dominic Smith. What a Gold Glove winner he could be. He's fantastic at first base. And, you know, like Bob said, maybe you'll see Wilmer Flores out there too. So you got some possibilities, and it's all going to grow as this game continues. And you know what? You got 3 games against the Red Sox, 3 games against the Marlins. As I said, that'll be 81 games at that point, halfway through the 2025 season. All right, we can talk about all this and get his opinion. He's in Salt Lake City watching the Sacramento River Cats. Of course, I have him on a lot on the Sports Phone KNBR shows. Let's bring in Jeff Young. Jeff, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, Bill. How are you doing today?
It's a good night. They finally got to win a game after dropping 4, but let's talk about Salt Lake City. You're there watching the Sacramento River Cats. The River Cats won on Tuesday, 12-10. They lost last night, 6-1. What have you seen so far out of this AAA team?
Yeah, I mean, the ball really carries out here. I think that's the thing that stands out the most. I got a chance to see Carson Whisenhunt pitch on Tuesday. He cruised through the first 5 innings, and then he just kind of ran out of gas in that final inning. And, you know, his overall stat line didn't look good, but he threw the ball well. And then the River Cats ended up putting up 12 runs that game. And I think they did that in the first half of the game, and the Salt Lake Bees ended up scoring 10 unanswered runs, and the River Cats almost lost, but they ended up winning, so that's what counts. And then they dropped the game yesterday, 6-1.
Yeah, in that 12-10 game, Luciano hit a home run, Eldridge hit a home run. As you said, the balls fly in a PCL. And in Salt Lake City, you might as well just hit a fly ball. It could carry right out of there.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not only the elevation here; it's about 4,500 feet, but it's also there's a bit of a heat wave going on right now. I'm inside, but it's 100 degrees out still right now. Also very humid, so the ball just carries. Anytime you get a fly ball, it really has a chance to get out of here.
Well, you know, looking at a couple of players, Grant McCrae's having a pretty solid year playing center field. A 24-year-old's got, 42 RBIs, 9 home runs, close to 20 stolen bases. Was he playing in both these games?
He was, and he hit a home run on Tuesday. And the thing that stands out with McCrae is you really get a chance to see how he looks defensively, and he's really just he really gets after it out there in center field. He's got a knack for getting the fly balls, really fast, of course. Great first jump, takes efficient routes. You really see the defense play there. But, yeah, he's hit a bit of a hot streak at the plate, too, over the past couple of months. He's been hitting the ball well. 6 of his 9 home runs have come in June. So, I think he's starting to really get comfortable with the PCL pitching at this point.
Hey, Jeff, I read where Wade Meckler was playing second base instead of the outfield. Has he been playing second base in both these games you watched?
No, it was Brett Wisely who was at second base in both games. Wade Meckler did see a couple of games last week. I think he did make an error or two, but, he's still so new to the position. It's hard to put any weight into that. But he's athletic, and that would give him another chance to kind of get into the lineup because I know the Giants like his bat.
Well, we always talked about Marco Luciano with the bat. He's got 13 home runs already for the River Cats, 34 RBIs, only hitting about 225, playing left field. Did you see any of a good swing pass on him in the first couple games you watched?
Yeah, he was among the many hitters to hit a home run. It was a no-doubter to left field. I think, his overall numbers aren't all that great. He has a 746 OPS, which is good, but the Pacific Coast League is a hitter-friendly league. 12 home runs, 34 RBI. When he makes contact, it's always loud. It's just a matter of him, having the right bat path and getting the ball into the air, which he hasn't really done consistently enough. And I think the Giants wouldn't be too disappointed if he was a little more aggressive at the plate. He's taken a lot of walks this year. He works the count, which is great, but I think the Giants just want to see him swinging the bat a little more. That's just my guess, though.
Yeah, I'm looking at his numbers, 40 walks already, 80 strikeouts. And, when you're looking at 13 home runs, the power numbers are there. We got to talk to you about Bryce Eldridge, of course, a 20-year-old, 6'7", the mammoth man in the in the batter's box, playing first base, low batting average so far, but he's hit some monster bombs.
He did. He was among the many players that hit a home run on Tuesday. It was a no-doubter, just like Luciano's, out to right center field. I got a video of that, and I got a chance to see him up close a little bit defensively. I think he misplayed a ball in a double play. It was not ruled an error because it was the second half of the double play, and you can't really assume a double play there. So, he's still learning the nuances of first base, and I know he's been working with JT Snow and Ron Wotus on that, and he's a big target for infielders, and he's 6'7", pretty athletic. I just don't see any issues with him learning the position. It's just a matter of him getting the game reps in.
Have you seen much of the plays at him? Was there a lot of ground balls at him? Could he have flipped a double play in front of you? I mean, anything that's exciting that you can tell us about his play at first?
Nothing really stood out. I know in the games that I've watched that were on TV, some of his errors are throwing errors, so it's just him being a little too aggressive because he does have a really strong arm. But I don't really see a range issue or just it's more a consistency thing right now that stands out. But yeah, just a huge target to throw to. Everyone who stands right next to him just kind of looks small in comparison. But yeah, he's I think the Giants now have a really good chance to be patient with him.
Jeff, the team, the Rivercats are a couple games under 500, a league where they're traveling a lot, especially with the Athletics taking so much of the time at Sutter Health Ballpark. I do believe they're on a 2-week road trip. Anything that you can tell us about Dave Brundage and the coaching staff? Have you seen a lot from them working a little harder before the games, and have you had a chance to even see them on the field?
I haven't had a chance to be in communication with them. I didn't get a chance to watch ahead of time, but I know just as a whole, the Rivercats, their strength right now is their pitching staff. They have a lot of good pitchers, not just Hunt, but Carson Seymour, Trevor McDonald, some guys that the Giants might see later in the year if the pitching staff needs some extra help. So haven't had a chance to really see the coaching staff or anything like that, but the pitching staff in particular is doing a nice job.
Jeff Young joining me in a few more minutes on Sports Phone KNBR. You can follow him on X at BaseballJeff1. Does a great job in talking a lot about minor leagues. And today we just happen to have him in Salt Lake City watching the Sacramento Rivercats. Jeff, when you look at the Salt Lake River team, anybody that comes to mind over there, maybe some ex-big leaguers playing for that AAA team?
Yeah, they have a few. One guy that stands out who's actually had a really nice series, and Giants fans know him well, is J.D. Davis. I think he had a home run yesterday. He had a really big double against Carson Hunt on Tuesday. But overall, the Salt Lake Bees, they're one of the worst teams in the PCL right now, and there's just not a whole lot of major league talent outside of J.D. Davis and a couple other guys. But he's the guy who's really stood out so far.
Well, let's jump into this Giants team. I know I haven't talked to you since Sunday, and you have to be excited for the Rafael Devers trade, a big batter, a big contract, and a big blockbuster trade that Buster Posey made. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of covered the Devers trade at this point. He's a huge bat. I think one area that needs to be mentioned is he just adds an element of credibility to the organization that they're trying to build with guys like Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Logan Webb, Jung Hoo Lee, and others. Just something that's going to speak to the fans, and not only the fans, but to prospective free agents as well. Just having that identity, these guys are going to be in the Giants uniform for a long, long time. That's going to help them down the road, and especially if they continue to win games like they have, it's going to make their work in the off season a whole lot easier. But yeah, as a player, Devers is just such an incredible talent, and it's kind of ironic that the next team the Giants are playing are the Boston Red Sox.
Jeff, you and I have been talking for years, and runners in scoring positions seem to hurt us the last couple of years. We constantly talked about it, and it was consistent. All of a sudden now the Giants 4 for 37, 1 for 23 before Wilmer Flores gets that double with second and third. That ends up getting the win for Logan Webb. What do you think the problem is here in watching these teams not clutch up when they have to?
Yeah, I mean, when Wilmer Flores came to the plate, I just assumed he was going to get the runs in. So that part didn't surprise me. But, when it comes to hitting with runners in scoring position, I think front offices tend to view it as something that's kind of volatile. The Giants were so good at it in April, and it's something that's probably come down to earth. And they probably used up all their hits for a good while, all up in April. So it was going to come down to earth at some point, and it'll kind of normalize. But yeah, they're just kind of in a rough patch right now, and they'll definitely bounce back.
Well, I hope it gets cooler for you in Salt Lake City. It sounds like it's blistering hot. Maybe you can watch a game in a suite where it's air conditioned.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
All right, Jeff, thanks for your time tonight, and enjoy Salt Lake City. I'll catch up with you down the road. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Bill. Appreciate it.
That was Jeff Young on Sports Phone KMBR, all the way from Salt Lake City as he's watching the Sacramento River Cats, giving us a little eye view of what they can do and some of the players that could possibly help the Giants. We're going to take a quick break, go back to the phone lines, 415-808-KMBR. My name's Bill Lasky. This is Sports Phone KMBR. More coming up right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, in case you missed it, Murph and Marcus had an exclusive sit-down with the one and only Barry Bonds this morning. Check out his thoughts on Rafael Devers and the team's legacy of great hitters in San Francisco. You can find that podcast and all of our podcasts on our app or at thesportsleader.com. Well, in case you missed it, Murph.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, back on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. Giants did win today 2-1. They dropped 4 in a row coming into tonight's game, and they did it in the afternoon. A sellout crowd at Oracle, and they had to wait till the bottom of the 7th inning before Wilmer Flores came off the bench, got a double down the left field line to score Schmidt and Jung-Hoo Lee, and those were the 2 runs the Giants needed, and they won 2-1 with some fantastic pitching. Once again, Logan Webb going 7 innings, 1 earned run, no walks, 9 strikeouts. Randy Rodriguez with a nice 1-2-3 inning with 2 punch-outs, and Camilo Duvall finishes it with a 1-2-3 inning with 1 punch-out. Giants had 12 strikeouts against the Guardians today with no walks. Fantastic pitching and a key hit by Wilmer Flores. Tomorrow, the Red Sox are in town, 7:15 first pitch right here on KNBR. Hayden Birdsong against Hunter Dobbins, 2 right-handers. Dobbins is 4-1, and Hayden Birdsong's 3-1. All right, let's get back to the phone line. Let's go to Jeff in La Honda. Jeff, you're with Bill Lasky on Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night. What's going on?
Hey, Bill, thank you. Really love talking to you or hearing your voice after these games of torture. And I recently, after the Devers trade, I don't think torture is going away. I mean, that one hitter, and, you know, we got a tough lineup. I was at Dodger Stadium Sunday. We left the bases loaded twice. We should have won that game. But
yeah, and then the home run, the Walker gave up, and that was a crusher right there, the hanging slider. He threw a perfect one for strike 1 and tried to go back at it, and he got it up and out, and Page just hit that ball real well, and that was really the bone crusher in that game. I think they could have won that game 4-2 if that ball didn't go out of the yard.
Completely agree. Hey, have they thought about Devers at second base? Because truthfully, it's going to be a collision at first. They've got some talent.
Yeah, I don't think so at all. It's got to be first base. I don't see it at all, Jeff. I just think it's going to be him and playing first base. Look, he hasn't played any defense the entire year. Bob Melvin, Buster Posey said it's going to take a while. He's going to be our DH. Today, after the game, he says he really would love to see Devers play first and maybe Flores DH or just opposite. But when I look at this, the best first baseman they have is Dominic Smith. He is just so awesome at first base. You can't just push him aside. Of course, he didn't have a good day today. He went 0 for 4, hit into a double play. But his defense might be that kind of defense you bring in at the end of the game to give you a little more assurance there.
Well, that's good information. I just wonder, I still have a little nervousness about the trade because I really liked Harrison, and I was in the stadium when I saw him get pulled out and come back into the dugout, and I thought, uh-oh, I hope he didn't hurt himself, and then all that news broke, So quite a story.
Yeah,
and
it was very, very emotional. Very emotional for a young 23-year-old, and a lot of good things that came out of it. He's now in Massachusetts. He is playing in AAA. And he did come out with a nice Q&A with some of the writers, and he thanked the Giants and his whole time here. And he's looking forward to new adventures. And this weekend, I've sat down with Bailey, Andrew Bailey, and I have an interview with him coming up on Extra Innings on Saturday. Of course, he's the pitching coach at the Red Sox, and we kind of talked about Harrison and Hicks, and he gives his insight from the Boston Red Sox side. So if you have time, listen to that on Saturday on the Extra Inning Postgame Show.
Hey, I'll do that. And Bill, thanks again. You could have done those Motel 6 commercials, leave the lights on. Really nice voice. And, great soothing and smart guy to listen to after these games. So,
thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the call tonight. I appreciate your time. Let's go to Hayward and talk to Rick. Rick, you're on Sports Phone KMBR. Of course, you know who I am, Rick Bill Lasky. What's going on, pal?
How you doing, Bill?
I'm doing good. They won. That was a good point. I was like, please win today. I got to do Sports Phone tonight.
Yeah, I want to bounce off what Bill was just talking, or the last caller was just talking about the runners in scoring position, and I was thinking about the Sunday game in L.A. The team has won 2 of the last 7 games, and they've both been Webb wins. Other than that, we lost in Colorado after leading the game because the bullpen couldn't hold the game. We lose Sunday because the bullpen couldn't hold the game. Not saying it's all their fault, but the bullpen isn't really as locked down as they have been. And this is my worry.
Well,
right now.
this last road trip, they were used a lot, especially in Colorado. They were in most every game. They're going to be overused at times. They still have a 2.6 earned run average in their bullpen. They're number 1 in Major League Baseball. So there are going to be a couple little bloops and hurdles they go through. Walker giving up the home run, Rodriguez trying to close it out in Colorado. There's things they're going to be adjusting to. They're going to have some different innings when they come in the game. And overall, the bullpen has been solid. There's no question there. And like I said, this past road trip, they were used a little bit more than usual.
Well, Bill, this is my problem and my point. The bullpen and the pitching can't be the emphasis of this team all year long. The hitting has to come around because we're getting killed. We're getting killed. We're getting killed in these one-run games. We've lost 16 games this year where we've given up 3 runs or less. 16.
I hear you. I mean, there's no question, Rick. I'm not going to hide that. The offense still has not dwelled. And now that you have Devers, you got to get some other hitters to hit with him. You got to get him to get on drive-in runs. Today, he missed a couple, took a strike 3 right in the outside corner, got a walk, got a nice base hit in the 8th inning. But so far, his swing path and how quick his hands are to the ball, it's amazing. He is a superstar, top 10 hitter in Major League Baseball. And he's just got to get comfortable, and this whole team's got to get comfortable. I still think when Matt Chapman comes in once he gets that hand injury over, there's going to be a different type of offense, and we can't wait for that, of course. You got to win now, and today was a big win, knocking that 4-game losing streak off. But, Rick, thanks for the call. I got to run. Let's go to Ramon in Santa Rosa. Ramon, you're on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. How are you this evening?
How are you, Bill? Driving back from the game.
How are you, my friend?
Good, driving back from the game. I caught this stinking hit.
Yeah, well, you won a game 2-1. You know, you're the magic man, Ramon.
I just worry about this thing and able to get a hit, when we really need it.
Yeah, I know that. I think we've been talking about that off the ledge. I think these giant hitters, the adjustments and some of the things they're trying to maneuver and looking at videos and changing their stance and maybe changing what direction on certain pitches. There's so many different things how you analyze hitting, and you just can't go up there and change an entire stance when you're not even halfway through the season. But the adjustments they're trying to make, all their early batting practice, they're working their tails off, Ramon, and sooner or later it's going to click.
Do you think we can go after Altuve? He's not playing second base this year.
Who's that, my friend?
Altuve.
You know, I can't understand. Tobin?
Where's he from? From Houston.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, I know who you're talking. They're not going to do anything. But I got to ask you a question. What do you think about Jose Ramirez with the Guardians? That's the kind of a guy you'd like to play in third.
Yeah, I'd rather have Machado, though. I like Ramirez. He's a switch hitter. He's a good player. But if I had
you like Machado. I think
Machado,
you're a Machado kind of guy. You're a Machado kind of guy, Ramon.
Yes, I am. I was going to ask you a question, Bill. Do you play with Todd Bessinger when you used to play for the Giants, the first baseman?
What was his name one more time?
Todd Bessinger. He played for the Reds, first baseman.
No, he was after me. Yeah, he was after me. Yeah, no, he played after me, but he was a pretty good first baseman. Most of his good years were with the Reds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, last question, Bill. Who do you think is the best shortstop in Giant history other than Crawford? Do you put Jose Uribe on that category?
I'm going to put him on there. I'm going to put Royce Clayton on there. But I tell you, the guy that I've always impressed with was Chris Spire. I thought Chris Spire was way up there, too. I would put Crawford, Spire, Clayton, and Uribe. I played with Jose Uribe. He was a steady shortstop, too. The Giants have had some good shortstops. Don't forget about Hal Lanier. Hal Lanier was way before us, Ramon, but he was a damn good shortstop, too, in the orange and black.
What about Johnny LeMaster?
Johnny LeMaster was a solid defender, no question. But, Ramon, thanks for the call. Have safe travels home. We got to take a quick break here. We're going to come back with more on Sports Phone KNBR as I welcome in my next guest, Shayna Rubin from the San Francisco Chronicle. I'm Bill Lasky. This is Sports Phone KNBR on the Sports Leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, back on KNBR with Bill Lasky. Giants win a tough one today. Another one-run game. They win 2-1 as Wilmer Flores comes up with a key double and driving in 2 runs, his 52nd and 53rd RBI on the season. Logan Webb goes 7. Rodriguez and Duvall clean it up. Logan Webb goes to 7-5, and Camilo Duvall gets his 11th save. My next guest, love reading her work. She writes for the San Francisco Chronicle, covering the San Francisco Giants. Let's welcome in Shana Rubin. Shana, how are you this evening?
Hey, Bill, I'm good. How are you?
Looking forward to talking to you. I read your work all the time, just some great stuff. But I got to come up with one quick question as we start. The Giants are 2-10 against the AL Central. They got swept by the Twins, swept by the Tigers, 2 out of 3 against the Royals, 2 out of 3 of the Guardians. What is going on with the AL Central and the Giants?
I know, it's funny because someone asked Logan Webb that today. He kind of had trouble processing. He was like, "Wait, what? I didn't even think about that." Because it's one of those things with the way the schedule is now, and you kind of everything sort of scatters around. I mean, the sweep in Minnesota and the sweep in Detroit were really the killers there, and they were the Detroit one. I was on that trip. They were not playing good baseball at that time. So I think a lot of it's just timing, and a lot of it just has to do with the way that the offense has been performing throughout most of the year at this point. And I don't know what it is about the AL Central. It's just that's a tough division. They got some really strong teams.
Well, they got the White Sox next weekend. Maybe they can win 2 out of 3 against them, Shayna.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe that'll help them correct some of their ways against the Central.
Well, I want to go back to Tuesday. I want to go back to Tuesday for the Rafael Devers press conference. The place was packed, and I thought it was really classy with the Giants players and the front office. All of them were in there. You were there. Tell me a little bit about the impact of all the people there when you looked at this front stage and you saw Buster Posey, Charles Johnson, so many great people, and right in a minute was Rafael Devers.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before that I can think of it with the Giants, where they had most of the players come up and watch. Looked like a lot of the staffers were just sort of surrounding. It felt like the media was pretty outnumbered. We were kind of occupying the middle part and surrounded by a lot of just a ton of Giants people. So it felt very it was a celebration. It felt like something that would normally happen in the off season, obviously, because moves of this magnitude don't typically happen in the middle of June. So it felt a little bit surreal in that capacity. But Devers later said that he was a little bit overwhelmed. I don't think that he was fully anticipating that kind of welcome. And that's not to say that's bad. I think it was just, it's something the Giants do very well, which is show up for their guys. So it felt like a celebration.
Shana, you wrote a great article about the contract of Rafael Devers and signed until 2033. Greg Johnson, of course, put his stamp of approval on it. Tell us a little bit more about that contract and what did you dive into the numbers?
Yeah, let's see if I can remember. Sometimes I type the numbers and then I have to conceptualize it when I speak about it. So it's something that I was looking into was, this is the biggest contract that the Giants have ever had. It's a big part of it was that they were taking on the entire contract and taking on all the money. And that's sort of part of the catalyst of why this happened in the first place from the Red Sox perspective. So I was looking into how much money are they taking on this year and down the line. But this year, I thought it was probably most interesting that when you take into account the outgoing payroll, and that includes Lamont Wade, includes Jordan Hicks, includes a little bit of Kyle Harrison, and the incoming payroll when it with Devers when it comes to the $7.5 million deferred after his contract expires, and the fact that it's prorated, that they're really adding about $5 million, and that's what a couple people in the organization said. They're adding about $5 million this year in payroll, which isn't. I mean, that's just this year, and things change over the course of the next few years, so it's hard to say the long-term impact other than it's still a significant contract. But the deferrals take a good chunk out of it year to year, and this year it definitely is manageable. And I don't know if people should consider this as important because I think the Giants should be spending as they can, but it keeps them under the competitive tax threshold by a pretty good margin, I would imagine. So I wouldn't be surprised if they keep looking to add before the deadline.
Shana Rubin joins me on Sports Phone KNBR. Of course, she writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. You can follow her on X at Shana Rubin, SHAYNARUBIN. Does a lot of good things in-game as well as after-game, post-game stuff. And, one of the things that Bob Melvin said, and Shana, you've been doing baseball a lot, is he said Rafael Devers is a dude. How do you think about that when you hear that word? And, of course, it's a baseball terminology, and it's something to do about baseball players and things of that magnitude. How do you picture it?
It's interesting because I think when they're describing a dude, it's just when you're Buster Posey and you're a former player and you're in the position that you're in, you're kind of looking at it like, I'm a former player. I know what a good baseball player looks like. I know what a good baseball player, how he should be playing. And it's sort of like an innate knowing. And I think that's, to me, that's what he was describing. It's like, I know that guy is going to pull through. I know that guy, that's the guy that I want up in certain situations. And then when I followed up with Buster about it, he pointed out his favorite statistic that Devers possesses is the 900 plus, whatever. I forget exactly what it is. It's over 900 OPS in the postseason. And he's been to the postseason a good amount, to a point where it's pretty clear that he embraces the spotlight. He embraces, he's good at hitting good pitching, which sounds like a simplistic sort of analysis of a good player, but that's something that he pointed out, which is, you know, he's a good hitter, and being a good hitter means that when you're in the most high pressure moments against the best pitching in baseball that are very prepared to attack you, that you provide the counterattack. And that's the kind, I guess, in a way, that's kind of where dudes come out. That's where they show themselves.
Well, Shana, when you look at all the contracts the Giants try to go after, the big-time free agents from Ohtani to Judge to Soto, and then you start looking at Devers' contract, and you look at the numbers he produces, and you look at the contract he produces, you can't get him in a free agent market, but, boy, Buster Posey sure picked up a gem here.
Oh, yeah, I think if you can't sign him, I might as well just kind of force him in over here with a trade. It's like a very... It's a type of situation that rarely occurs, where you have a top 10 hitter available for trade, and they were all over it. And contract-wise, I think you're getting a player of that caliber at market value. And I think there was a lot of conversation about, you know, in the latter half of the contract, he'll be underwater, and you don't know how he might age. And positionally, he sort of profiles as a long-term designated hitter. How much value does that really have? But I think at the end of the day, if you're getting a player of that caliber, and most players that are signed to a similar contract with a similar AAV, it's the same thing. You're paying later for what you get now. You're getting a player who's 28 and he's very much in his prime, and he's, as everyone has said, one of the best hitters in baseball. So it's hard to look at it as not a completely sort of fair contract to pick up for them, where you're getting what you're paying for.
Shana Rubin on with me on a few more minutes on Sports Phone KNBR. The Giants lose two top pitchers out of their big league staff. Of course, Kyle Harrison, a 23-year-old, kind of very young left-hander and very promising. And Jordan Hicks, who really just didn't fit in as a starter here for a couple of years, put him back in the bullpen, and it just didn't work out for him in a Giants uniform. But you saw the emotion from the players with Kyle Harrison. There was a lot of emotion. Logan Webb being his mentor, J.P. Martinez with a great picture from Andy Cuno with them hugging each other, and they were both tearing up. What does this do for the pitching staff, losing two arms?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's kind of a significant hit. I mean, there are a lot of fans in the organization for Kyle Harrison, and he's a Bay Area kid, and he was sort of in this odd in-between spot at the point where he was traded, where Justin Verlander was coming back, and he had been occupying a spot in the rotation. And as a pitching staff in this sort of strange in-between area where they had too much qualified quality starting pitching and maybe not enough space, and now that you've gotten two pitchers gone, it's sort of, you're looking at like, okay, well, the depth it's kind of taken a not a big hit, but a hit. So you're losing what was your top pitching prospect and someone who showed a lot of promise, and you're losing in Jordan Hicks, you're losing someone that, I mean, at best is very versatile. Like, he could eat a lot of innings, and also has the flexibility to go be a back end reliever or throw 100. You know, that those are always valuable. So it's something that they should be looking to flex their pitching depth, and in terms of wielding or in terms of making moves. But now that it's happened, it's like, okay, well, it's a little bit of a hit. And the Harrison one was especially emotional just because of his, it's the team he grew up with, and in many ways as a professional and as a kid. So I think that's where you see all the emotion from his teammates too.
Shayna Ruma, it was a pleasure talking to you. I follow you all the time. You do great work, and continued success, because you keep pumping them out there, and I'm one of the first ones to read them. But I thank you for your time tonight.
Oh, that means a lot. Thanks so much, Bill. Really appreciate it.
That was Shayna Rubin on Sports Phone KNBR. More coming up right here on the Sports Leader with Bill Lasky.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, back on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky on a Thursday night. The Boston Red Sox come to town. They had a day off today. A few of them went up at Napa. A few of them went through the city. They come in with a 39-37 record. They took 2 out of 3 from the Mariners. And now the Giants at 42-33 start a 3-game series. Hayden Birdsong on the hill tomorrow against Hunter Dobbins, 2 right-handers. First pitch right here at 7:15, and we'll have that right here on KNBR. All right, let's go to the phone lines. Let's go up to Lake Merced and talk to Big Sam. Big Sam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Bill, how are you, man?
I'm doing good, man. It was so much easier to have a winning program than having a 5-game losing streak. Let me tell you that, Big Sam.
I was out there today, and let me tell you, I haven't seen vibrancy. I haven't seen electricity in a very, very long time. And I was out there today, out on a patio, having a great time. The vibe was there. And when
Tuesday night, I tell you,
Tuesday
Tuesday night when Rafael Devers stepped in that box, that place got electric, man. It was loud. They were accepting him. What a great move by Buster Posey. He's that guy you don't want to miss an at-bat with, and he going to club one out. There's no question. I think he's waiting for the Red Sox to come to town before he puts one in the water.
I'm probably going to be in the house tomorrow, and I don't own a lot of baseball jerseys, but I think I am going to spend a little and purchase me a Rafa jersey. And I'm glad to see number 25 in there. Yeah, I'm glad to see number 25 giving him a lot of tips, and I think he's
a quiet leader, no doubt about it. You're talking about Barry Bonds, and of course he was at the press conference in the front row, sitting next to Larry Baer, and he's been doing a lot of hitting with certain hitters. I know for a fact he was helping Lamont Wade Jr. time and time again. It just couldn't match it, couldn't hit it, couldn't get it going. He's been helping a lot of different hitters down there. Of course, he comes out and says, hey, we're on the same page. Pat Burrell, Damon Miner, all of us are on the same page in how we're teaching hitting. Of course, when you hear it from Barry Bonds, you have a little bit more concentration on what he's saying.
I don't, we have a very good rapport, and I enjoy all the staff and all the. You had a couple of previous callers, and it was Tell It Like It Is. It was known to call in a lot of shows, and a KMBR known caller, and he's saying, how come coaches and front office and Bomel and they're not, of course they are. It's the players as you made it abundant.
Well, that's kind of what I said, Big Sam. I said, how do you know that? How do you know they're not having meetings? How do you know? I know for a fact they are. They're having pregame meetings. They're throwing videos out there. Damon Miner is going to be on later in the show. I asked him a lot of different things. I interviewed him yesterday. We go through a lot of what preparation is. You'll be able to hear it, Big Sam, and you're going to hear it from the assistant hitting coach and all the work these guys do. It's not a 8 to 5 job. These guys are in there 24/7 if they have to. They're not wanting these guys to make outs. They don't want them to strike out. It's the player and how the mentality of that player has to come through.
No matter how old we are, and I'm 50, so I'm not a kid, but growing up at Candlestick, we always fathomed those that were electric and got that hero ball, Brett Butler and Ken Oberfeld and Harry Spellman and Mike Eldreddy. I can go on, and we had a great pitching staff with Scotty Garrelson, Kelly Downs, Mike Lacoste, yourself included. And you want to see with this great group of kids that hero, and some of those heroes are coming off the bench, and Wilmer is going to be one of those guys, Willie McCovey Award, heralded and loved by this community, and I'm so glad he's wearing the black and orange. That's my time.
Yeah, me too, Big Sam. Great job. Thanks so much, Sam. Thanks for the call tonight, and keep that spirit going, buddy. Let's go to Santa Cruz and talk to Cal. Cal, you're on Sports Phone KMBR with Bill Lasky on a Thursday night. The Giants win 2-1. They're now 42-33, 9 games over 500. What do you got for me, Cal?
Bill, I was at the game today. Love to see a win always. Had a blast over there. It was beautiful weather, some wind, but that was okay. My concern is I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. We scored 2 runs in all 3 games against the Cleveland Guardians, who are ranked in the middle of the pack in the MLB. When does it come time to consider maybe having a better hitting coach? I mean, when you guys just talked about it on the last phone call.
I don't think you really got to look at a hitting coach. You're getting some great tips by Barry Bonds. Pat Burrell has been doing a fantastic job, even though the numbers aren't there. And I say to you, like all the other callers, who else are you going to have for a hitting coach? Pat Burrell busts his tail. Damon Miner has been in the minor leagues for 10 years, knowing a lot of these minor leaguers back then and are now big leaguers. The trust factor, the confidence factor, it's the player. It's not the coach. I was a big league player for over 13 years. It's not the coach. If the coach is telling you wrong analytics or wrong ways to approach it, then there's a problem with it. But you can't just go fire Pat Burrell and who are you going to bring in? Barry does not want to be an everyday hitting coach. I'm going to tell you right now. Barry's there to assist and help. And as much as he's doing at the home series and the home games and watching these guys on the road, you cannot thank him enough for doing it. He was on this morning with Marcus and Murph, and he was saying that Willie Mays, his godfather, wants him to help players, wants him to be there. That's what Barry's doing. He's trying to do his best. He was right there with Rafael Devers talking about how to hit the ball at Oracle Park. But you guys, fans, you can't blame hitting coaches, pitching coaches. Start blaming the player who isn't participating in how to maneuver during a game.
Totally. I don't think it does. It doesn't really matter who you blame. When you're at the game and you look up in the 6th inning and a team only has one hit against a team like the Guardians, wake up. Wake up, you know? It's time to wake up.
Yeah, better approach. You know, it's got to be, Cal, it's got to be a better approach. Yeah, better adjustments, all that type. All those things come into play.
Yeah, you know, Buster Posey said, quote, unquote, it's time to go. My quote, unquote, is it's time to hit. Hit the ball. These guys are weak when it comes to hitting the ball. They have great
Make contact.
They have a great pitching
Make
staff
contact. That's what you want to say, Cal. Yep, too many strikeouts. 7 strikeouts today. Yep, 7 strikeouts today. It's been double digits. Make contact, put the ball in play, and see what happens. And I think, Cal, that's what we're going to find out here with the Red Sox, the Marlins, and the White Sox. The next 9 games are crucial, and they should come out and get double digits on runs. And mostly all these games, the Red Sox are 39-37. They're a 500 team. Their offense got dwindled when they lost Rafael Devers. Their pitching staff is okay. It's not over the top. They're 19th out of Major League Baseball with a 3.9 earned run average. Their bullpens with a 3.4. It is time to go. It is time, but then got by the Guardians. The Guardians had 3 top starters against them. But now, yeah, I want to see 2 out of 3 against the Red Sox. I want to see 2 or 3 against the Miami Marlins and sweep the White Sox. This would be a good push to get into July before the All-Star break. But, Cal, thanks for the call, and I definitely agree with you. Let's wake up the offense. Let's go to Malibu and talk to Mike. Mike, you're on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. A lot of offense that needs to wake up. We know that.
It's Mountain View, California. My accent, they got the city wrong. It's Mountain View, California.
What is that? I can barely hear you, Mike. Mountain View. I apologize. View. Okay. All right. Mountain View. You're all right. Your name's Mike, right?
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
That's right,
Let's start there. Let's start there, Mike. Let's start from there. Mike, you're on Sports Phone KNBR. What do you got for me tonight?
Tonight, I don't want to get overconfident about Rafael Devers. He's a great player, but I think we need to be confident about that we're not there yet. One player is not going to fix our problem, and we need to get better hitting and better bench players before we start saying we can make a run at a World Series, at least get in the playoffs.
I think with Devers coming in, you saw a good bench player with Wilmer Flores. If they do switch, you'll hit a better hitter off of Dominic Smith. I think your bench did get a little stronger, even though you push Wilmer Flores out of the DH role. I think that's one big issue. I think what's going to happen when Chapman comes back, you might see Casey Schmidt play second. Hopefully Fitzgerald gets hot. He's a second-half player. There's another big issue in center field. Nobody wants to talk about it, and just Jung-Hoo Lee. He's hitting under 180 for the month of June. He has tailed off considerably, batting number 7 in the lineup today, and I think that's where Bob Melvin kind of taking some pressure off the young kid.
And the last thing is look at who's going to be their pitching rotation going forward. They lost Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison.
You probably have Carson Wisenhunt in the fold down in AAA. I think that's going to be your next stopper coming up to the bullpen if something happens with Verlander or somebody else in the rotation. He's a very good player, number 2 prospect. He's been pitching lights out in Sacramento. A left-hander, I think that's your next best pitcher coming up.
I think Devers or someone else will be playing first base, and I'll take it off there.
Yeah, I just think the merry-go-round is going to be at first base. If they put Rafael Devers there, then you'll probably see Wilmer Flores DH or possibly Dominic Smith. I think all three of them will get some opportunities once they feel Rafael Devers is ready to play first base. Got a new glove, trying to break in a first baseman glove, kind of getting the feel of first base. Look, Rafael Devers hasn't played one inning on defense this year. He was a designated hitter for the Boston Red Sox the entire time he was there. And I keep saying this, at the end of this homestand, it's half of the season's over, 81 games. So we'll see how the Giants move next to see what's going to happen at first base. But we'll find out. There's a lot of time left, and we'll see if Devers does play first base sooner or later. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Coming back with a good friend of mine, Erwin Higueras. Of course, he's the play-by-play announcer for Latin baseball on the radio. Does a great job, and we're going to talk to him about some of the things that he got to know with Rafael Devers, as he was the voice of Rafael Devers at the press conference, along with a lot of great Latin players that he works with. Erwin Higueras joining me next right here on Sports Phone KNBR, the sports leader.
2-2. Here it comes. Flores pulls it sharply fair down the third base line. Schmidt will score. Right behind him, Jung-Woo Lee. He scores. The throw to second, not in time. Wilmer Flores with the hit the Giants have been missing. Drives in both runners with a double. It's 2-1 Giants.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Back on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. Wilmer Flores getting his 52nd and 53rd RBI. Coming up as a pinch hitter with second and third after Patrick Bailey laid a beautiful bunt down to put both runners in scoring position. And, of course, Wilmer Flores comes up with that great hit, and the Giants end up winning 2-1 with Logan Webb, Randy Rodriguez, and Camilo Duvall all putting great numbers down against the Cleveland Guardians, and the Giants now are 42 and 33 on the season. All right, my next guest, 37 years in Bay Area sports broadcasting. Been with the Giants for 28 full years. Does a great job on the Spanish language radio. Let's bring in the play-by-play voice, Erwin Higueras. Erwin, how are you this evening?
Hey, Bill, how you doing?
I'm doing great. We had to play a Wilmer Flores soundbite for you. I know he's one of your favorite players. What did you think of that pinch hit today?
It was amazing. It's whenever I'm doing play-by-play, it always amazes me how you can come up as a pinch hitter in situations like those, and a player would deliver. And obviously, Wilmer did it today in a big moment when actually the team needed it to avoid the sweep over, in the hands of Cleveland.
He battled on a couple really hard pitches. He got one up and in and a slider away. And in a postgame on NBC Bay Area, he just said, I just saw something that was flat, and I got out in front of it, and he hit it right down the third base line. That ball was inches down the line, Erwin.
It was. I mean, for a minute, I thought it was going to be foul, but it wasn't. And, Wilmer felt comfortable. I could see it in his at-bat in the batter's box. He seemed like he was very comfortable. I don't know if he was not giving himself too much credit, but it seemed like he saw something that he made him feel very comfortable during that at-bat.
Erwin Higueras is the interpreter for the Spanish players when interviews are taking place. You do a great job at it too, Erwin. And the two guys I want to talk about are the last two pitchers out of the bullpen today, Randy Rodriguez and Camilo Duvall. Boy, a 1-2 punch, bringing it 97, 98. My goodness, these guys were bringing it today.
Man, our bullpen is awesome. I mean, isn't that amazing? I mean, one night you can put Randy in the 7th, you bring Tyler Rogers in the 8th, and you can, go with Camilo to close the game. If Camilo needs a day off, you can use Ryan Walker. I mean, let's not even forget about Eric Miller. I mean, pitching is the key to the game, and I think that that's the reason why the Giants are right now 9 games over 500.
Well, their bullpen's number 1 in Major League Baseball. Erwin, you know this. 2.6 earned run average will go down maybe a point after today. 22 saves now. This bullpen's been lights out, but the consistency is what I keep looking at. How do these guys continue to keep throwing these guys out there, and the consistent numbers are zeros most of the time?
I'm going to repeat the same thing that a lot of the pitchers say. They attack the zone. They're aggressive. They trust their stuff. That's, words from Camilo and from Randy. That's basically what they keep saying every time they get interviewed. They say, we attack the zone, we throw strikes, and they trust their stuff.
Well, Erwin, last year, Camilo had a hard year. It was really tough on him mentally, physically. He went to AAA, came back. This year he came up. He didn't have the closing role. What has been the difference with Camilo Duvall this year, with the confidence factor especially?
I wanna say that having been sent down to AAA last year kind of helped him mature a little bit. I think that's is the number one key. I mean, he did say exactly that when he came back after, I think it was 15 days that he was in AAA, and the media asked him, and he said, yeah, it kind of I needed that to go back to remember where I started from. And I think that is the key that helped them mature.
Erwin, the biggest thing that Latin players have to do is get comfortable with you, talking to you. You're their interpreter. Of course, you hear them. You have to give them questions. You hear their answers. And they understand. I still think a lot of these guys understand English. Sometimes they shy away with it a little bit, which is, normal. But how do you get that confidence with them? How do you get that trust with them?
That's an excellent question. And, I'm going to have work to do with Rafael Devers because obviously he's coming from another organization. Camilo, Matos, Luciano, Randy Rodriguez, all those land players that we have had in the minor leagues, I have established relationships with them since they've been in the system. I've been going to spring training. I've seen them. I talk to them. They see me. They know who I am. With Rafi, it's just being myself, Bill. I'm not going to be something different. I talk to him, and I kind of explained to him, I already did this. I spoke with him, and I told him how I work, and he does understand the questions as you could see during the press conference. He did not need me to translate, but maybe two of the questions. But he understands. But I get it. He will have conversation with his teammates. But I think talking to the media, it's a little bit different. I mean, look.
It's always been that, though, hasn't it? I mean, you can go back to Johnny Cueto, Pablo Sandoval. I think when the lights come on them sometimes, and it's normal, it's natural. I mean, I remember when I played in Latin America, I had an interpreter that spoke Spanish. And you ended up speaking to them, and it's just normal because you don't know exactly everything they're saying. Sometimes it's so fast, and you don't want to answer it the wrong way and have a different interpretation of it. So I think that's why they leverage to you. But you met Rafi probably for the first time when he pulled up in the parking lot in left field on the press conference day, wasn't it?
I met him on Tuesday. Tuesday, and it's funny. I introduced myself. We went through the performance center. He looked at it. He was like, wow. And I kind of briefly explained to him what that was for. Then we walk into from left field, and a lot of the front office employees were there to give him a giant welcome. And he thought that they were fans. They thought they were fans, and I told them, no, these are not fans. These are giant employees. This is how happy we are that you're here.
Yeah.
So that's when I first met him, and obviously it will take time for him to get to know me. It will take time for him to trust me, but I hope that his teammates, Camilo, Randy, Wilmer, and Willie can talk to him and let him know that it is easy to work with me.
Erwin Higuera's joining me on Sports Phone KBR for a few more minutes. Were you surprised to see all the teammates come up for that press conference? Were you surprised that every one of them engaged on what he was saying?
Yeah, I had never seen that before, honestly.
Yeah.
Never. I mean,
I was impressed. I was very impressed when I heard that. And I think teammates mean a lot. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, we walked into the clubhouse, and Patrick Bailey was the first one that he walked over to, said hello to, and I was trying to tell him something, and then he would see another new teammate, and he would walk over and say hello to them. Right away, I could see that this kid is different.
Erwin, I brought up Johnny Cueto and Pablo Sandoval, and Pablo became a very close friend of yours, still is a good friend of yours. When you think about the years that you have been doing this and all the Latin players that you got to know and watch their careers grow right in front of you, it has to make you feel good. It makes you special to these guys, and that's what makes you a special person that I see and I hear and I watch. And that you have to think about it when you lay your head on the bed sometimes, and all these players, all the Latin Americans that you've made a big part of.
It makes me feel old, Bill. It makes me feel very old.
But it's good old, though. Isn't it like a good bottle of red wine? It gets better in age?
Yeah. I mean, I saw these players, but it wasn't until 2000. Actually, I was talking to Randy Wynn today about that in the hallway. I was telling him that, when he was playing with the Giants, my role with the team was different. I kept to myself. I didn't bother anybody. But once I became the official team interpreter, Bobby Evans is the one that appointed me to be that. And thank you, Bobby. But my role changed right away. So then now I needed to make a better concentrated effort to get to know the players. Try to be that bridge between the Spanish speakers and the non-Spanish speaker players if they needed me for something. Yeah, you mentioned Pablo. I think Pablo needed me a couple of times, and this was before I actually became the team interpreter. When Pablo went to do a function in San Jose, he went to drop the puck at the SAP Center. But then afterwards, Pablo just took off. He started doing interviews by himself in English, so he did not use me that much. Hector Sanchez was another one that didn't use me that much. Johnny did understand a lot of English, but, he did tell me from the beginning, I'd rather answer the questions in Spanish and have you translate them. And I said, yeah. I joked with him, and I said, yeah, so if you say something that's controversial, you can turn around and say, oh, yeah, the interpreter didn't do a good job.
They have to blame somebody, right, Erwin? And they point right to you. But, when you were doing that press conference, and you actually said it correctly, he does understand English. That's Rafael Devers. You could see him ready to answer the question before he even looked at you. And in time that he's been here, and this is his 9th year in Major League Baseball, especially in Boston, he's had some time with the English reporters and different ways to interpret English. Have you have a sense of that at all?
I'm sure he has, right? I mean, there's got to be a beat writer, a reporter that you trust, that you are not worried about misinterpreting what you're saying, because that's the number one concern, Bill. I mean, you want to say things in English, right? And English is your second language. Your vocabulary is not that rich. So you're going to use simple words, and sometimes trying to make it sound very simple, you get in trouble because it would be taken the wrong way. That's the number one concern. But when you're talking to somebody that you trust, somebody that you know, okay, he gets me, he understands what I mean, and he's not going to get offended, then it's fine. But when you're talking to somebody that you don't know for the first time, or even if you get burned once, that's it, you don't want to do it again.
Well, finishing up with Erwin Higueras, I got to talk about your color analyst next to you, Tito Fuentes, a good friend of mine, and we make each other laugh and smile. I've been up to the booth recently, and he's just a man that just wholeheartedly loves baseball, wholeheartedly loves the Giants. Tell me a little bit as we finish up about Tito Fuentes, number 23.
Tito tells me that he wished that when he played, there was an Erwin next to him.
Yeah,
to
that's a great
interpret
point.
things. He tells me that, and a lot of times he says, I hope that a lot of the land players appreciate what you do for them, because I was alone. Felipe Alou was alone. Juan Marichal was alone. Orlando Cepeda, and he goes on. But then at the end of that, then he kind of, you know him. He's a jokester all the time. And then he says, well, at least I didn't have to give interviews anyway, because I didn't speak English. And if I would have had to, I would have had to give interviews. but having Tito in the booth is just it's a treat. It's a treat. I mean, I wish that, I don't know if people that are listening to your show are bilingual and they listen in Spanish. I think that they can tell how he dies, how he suffers when the team loses. It's just unbelievable. He's a Giant forever. Even though he played for different teams, he wants the Giants to do well, and he just does not like to lose. He looks at the standings from day one. First thing he does is he wants to know where the Dodgers are. Second thing is where are the Giants. That's it. He doesn't care about anybody else. you know, and
That's
and
a true giant.
Yeah. It is great to
Well,
have him in the
Erwin,
booth.
yeah, I want to thank you for your time tonight. You did a game today. You got another 3 this weekend, but it's a pleasure always. You're a good friend of mine for many, many years, and forever we'll be friends. But I just want to thank you for joining me tonight. It's always a pleasure talking to you, Erwin.
Bill, I appreciate you inviting me. Thank you very much, and I hope that your ratings don't go down with having me on.
All right. That was Erwin Agaris on Sports Phone KBR. More coming up right here on the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR. Give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR.
All right, back on the Sports Leader with Bill Lasky as we nail another hour left in the show. Got a couple great guests coming up. Damon Miner is going to join us. Of course, he's the hitting coach for the San Francisco Giants. And Sarah Hajes, who's the new Channel 7 sports anchor. I had a lot to do with her and get to know her a little bit. And she was an intern at one time when I was doing television up in Sacramento for the Sacramento Rivercats with Johnny Dascow. Now she's a big-time sports anchor on Channel 7 on weekends, so we'll catch up with her later in the show. Giants win today 2-1, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Giants, 1 run, 7 hits, 1 error for the Guardians. Giants are now 42-33. I threw these numbers out in the beginning of the show about Logan Webb. That was his 16th start of the season. 8 of those, 6 of them, he's gone 7 innings or more. 2 of those, he's gone 8 innings or more. Now, if you go back all the way back to 2023, that was his 39th start where he went 7 innings or more in a game. And that's the most by any major league pitcher. So how about that? And we get to see him every 5th day right here for the Orange and Black. 415-808-KNBR if you want to get on the phone line. Let's go to Lafayette and talk to Reed. Reed, you're on Sports Phone with Bill Lasky on a Thursday night. How are you?
Good. How are you, Bill?
I'm doing good. Good win tonight. Lost 4 in a row. Tough games, but today they grinded. Wilmer Flores is a pinch hitter, comes up with a key hit, and the bullpen shuts it down. A nice 2-1 win.
For sure. I just want to talk about Rafael Devers. For like the first 3 games so far that he's played, I feel like he should be working better counts, like 3-ball counts. I remember watching him in Boston. I feel like he'd work the counts into hitters' counts in the first few games. I feel like he's striking out and swinging at pitches nowhere near the zone and just not working counts.
Yeah, he worked a good count in the 3rd inning to get that walk. He was 0-2 on that count, got into a 3-2 count and walked him. But I understand what you're saying. He might be a little more aggressive, trying to hit the ball in gaps. That one ball he hit the first game, 111 miles per hour. It's going to take him a little time to settle in. It looks like Bob Melvin's going to keep him in that 3 spot. So we'll see how he does, especially against the Red Sox. He's going to know Hunter Dobbins, Brian Bello, Lucas Giolito. I mean, these guys are all right-handed pitchers that he's been watching. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Red Sox pitch against him and see what he can do against them. This is going to be a little fun series with him going against the Red Sox.
Yeah, I'm super excited for that. I'm going to the game tomorrow night. I just hope that he can find a way to hit against with 2 strike counts also. I feel like he struggled with that, especially
early. I see what you're saying, Reed. I see what you're saying. Early prognosis is not what I think Giants fans are looking for him to get 2 hits every game. I mean, he's a lifetime 280 hitter. Hitting around 270 right now, and you start thinking, okay, when is he going to unload? When is he going to put one in a tank? There's a few swings. He's pretty quick when he swings. He's got a good swing path on him. It's just going to take time for him to get settled in. I have no questions about this guy.
Yeah, me neither. His bat speed is unreal. It reminds me of Barry Bonds, just the lefty up there, tall. And I feel like he has a similar swing. You pitch him low and inside, he's going to put it in the water. He can hit left-handed pitching, which is just awesome, which we struggle with definitely early so far this season is left-handed pitching.
I think the biggest thing, Reed, I think the biggest Reed, what's going on, the Giants haven't hit around him. They got to get guys on base for him. They got to do things after him. And I think when we're watching this 4 for 37 with runners in scoring position, 1 for 23 in the last few games, that's not going to cut it. We all know that. I mean, we're watching these games. We know the Giants are not clutch hitters. And this is what's causing the dissent from Giants fans. When are we going to hit? Let's fire this guy. It's all about the approach and the adjustments these guys do. And, of course, we're all waiting for it to happen. We are looking for a better offensive run-scoring team. Does it going to happen? Is it going to happen? We don't know. But Rafael Devers is definitely a guy that is going to bring more excitement to this lineup than what the Giants have had.
I completely agree. Having him in that 3-hole and having him with guys in runners in scoring position will be huge, especially like Willie Adames. If he can get going, he can get on base, and then Rafi comes up, drive him in. I mean, that's what we need, is we need the 1-2 punch with Willie, Ramos, Rafi. If those guys, Yaz, can get going in the front of the order, offense will spark. And it's the presence of Rafi Devers that he has.
One of the questions I'll throw to you, Reed, let me ask you this question, Reed. I'm a little concerned about Jung-Hoo Lee. He has gone down real fast, really quick. In the month of June, only 10 hits. He's batting 180. I don't know what he's doing. He's turning the ball over. He doesn't have that lightning swing anymore. It seems like it's just slower to the ball. A lot of ground balls to second base. He's not driving the ball. I don't know if he's tired or something, but today Bob Melvin put him in a 7 spot, and when you're looking at him, he's hitting under 260 now. This guy was hitting over 300 in the beginning of the season. What have you seen out of Jung-Hoo Lee?
He's struggling right now, and he's a guy that we would love to get going because you can't take him out because of his defense. And he's dropping, like you said, he was 1-hole, 3-hole, 7-hole now.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like as of late, he's kind of pulling. He's trying to pull the ball more, and if he can stay through the ball, drive it the other way like he did in April and a little bit in May, and get back to that 270, 280 hitter, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm noticing that ball inside, even the ball is not a strike. He is just trying to yank it out, and he's swinging right through it. He's getting a lot of swing throughs at the present time. That's what he didn't do earlier. He's a contact kind of hitter. And you're looking at his numbers, 72 for 276, 6 home runs, 34 RBIs. He got a nice walk, no question, in the 7th inning. That was a big walk that he got. And other than that, ground ball to first base, ground ball to second base. I'd like to see him do something here to spark this lineup.
Yeah, even if he grounds out third or short, it shows that he's changing his approach and thinking left field, thinking left center. So I think that's the main thing I think he needs to work on, is just staying through the ball, hitting it to left field.
Well, Reed, we're going to listen to Damon Miner. I sat next to him yesterday and did an interview with him. He's the assistant hitting coach. I've known Damon for many years when he was at the River Cats. And I want you to listen to some of the things that these hitting coaches are doing with these hitters, because I think Giants hitters are struggling, no doubt. But these Giants batting coaches are working day and night to try to improve them. And this interview is going to open up some eyes with Giant fans out there just to know how much information they're pumping to these hitters. And that's going to come up next. But thanks for the call, Reed. I really appreciate it.
Thank you,
Just
Bill.
like I said, I mean, that's just what I'm saying. Damon Miner and I sit down and talk hitting and find out some of the things that these hitting coaches are trying to do with the approach and the adjustments. That's coming up next right here on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. Damon Miner, the assistant hitting coach, and I sit down, and we're going to bring that next right here on the Sports Leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Welcome back to the Extra Inning Postgame Show. My guest today played with the San Francisco Giants for 4 years, 11 seasons he played in Major League Baseball. Since 2016 to 2024, he was a Sacramento River Cat hitting coach. You've heard him on my show many times. Let's bring in Damon Miner. Damon, how are you today?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Well, first of all, congratulations by being a hitting coach along with Pat Burrell and Oscar Bernard. How's it going so far?
It's going really well, actually. We're winning ball games, and that's the key. Obviously, you'd like to score a few more runs here and there but we keep the excitement going, and guys are really battling until the end. And you can see with all the one-run ball games that we're having and we're winning, it's really exciting. You don't want to leave early.
Damon, I got to go back to spring training because spring training, you had a ton of players and a lot of hitters, and you had to learn a lot about some of the big league players as well as some of the good minor league players coming out. How much time did you work on this daily?
It started a lot earlier than spring training. Once I found out that I had the opportunity to be in the big leagues, when I talked with Bo Mel to be on his staff, we just with Pat and Oscar, we just really started getting together and then looking at a lot of video, talking to the players, calling them in the off season, and just before spring training, and just getting to know them. And it's more of getting to know them personally as well. Just see how they think and just seeing how they prepare for their day. And that was kind of what we did in spring training. Then moving forward to now, it's just getting to know these guys and seeing how they tick. And it's been a really fun experience so far.
Damon, you did have an advantage over everybody because you saw a lot of these guys go through Sacramento. When you start looking at Elliot Ramos, Tyler Fitzgerald, Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, even Yastrzemski for the short time he was there.
Yeah.
Did that help you in just notifying them and talking to them and seeing how excited they were to have you on staff?
Yeah, that was the really appreciative thing that I was honored to have is that they really they kind of reached out to me and were excited that I was going to be on staff, and that really helped me and just to realize being a part of their success and helping them get to the big leagues, having this opportunity to be with them in the big leagues and help them here is really awesome feeling to have.
That voice you hear on the Extra Inning Postgame Show is Damon Miner, who's one of the hitting coaches for the San Francisco Giants. I got to ask you, analytics play a big part in pitching and hitting and fielding. How much more analytics did you have to learn at the big league level?
I really didn't have to learn much because that's what we kind of had, coming up in the minor leagues. We really used analytics, especially on that side as well. So I was just when first analytics started getting into the game, early in my coaching career, I believe in probably 16. It really helps see a lot of things earlier when guys are struggling or what they're what they're seeing. You can kind of work on their swing, really eye test and taking it to the data and stuff like that. So it was really nothing new to me because I've been using it for quite some time.
Now, when you're in a dugout, you got the iPad in front of you. Is there certain hitters you work with, or does Pat and you and Oscar all work with all of them?
We all work together, and I think that's what's really great is we have a really good group with Oscar and Pat. We keep it live, and we got a lot of experience and really helping in the dugout. You have your iPads and just really you have all the data with the pitcher of the game planning. So you're just trying to help the player and seeing if there's any changes in game with what the pitcher's doing. So prime example is last night, the guy really started sticking to his sweeper, the starter. So there was an in-game adjustment that guys have to make and just helping them see that. So that's the one thing is having the ability to have experience and seeing the in-game change that the numbers don't show in some of your earlier stuff.
Damon, as an ex-pitcher, are you watching pitchers with certain pitches at certain times in the count? Do they go to their secondary pitches when they're behind the count, or is it more fastball? Are those some of the things you're reading as the game goes on?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of, you got so much data out there now as before when you were you were playing, you had to face the guy and see what he had after your first at bat and pass that along. But now you got a lot of tendencies now and have all the information in front of you that guys how they attack certain guys. And that's, the players are really up to it and they face a lot of these guys in the big leagues before, so they have kind of their tendencies that they kind of have it. So it's kind of that chess match against each other that I just enjoy.
Well, you were in AAA and they were using the ball strike umpire situation where they tap that top of the helmet and they get to check on the board. They did it in spring training a little bit, but not at the big league level this year. So when hitters come back in the dugout, do they see that pitch? Are they questioning themselves and all of a sudden now they see the data?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a time lapse before you could see where the pitch was. I think it's like an inning or so. But I have to get used to it too because having that system in the minor leagues um, and not having it here. So you kind of like, I like sometimes want to tap my head in the dugout. But but yeah, I mean, I think you hear things, you see stuff on social media that the ABS might be coming to the big leagues next year. So you never know. So it's just I think I think it does help. I saw a help in the minor leagues with the strike zone when the ABS was involved. It for me and it really helped. It helped guys understand where the strike zone is a little bit more than some, you get veteran umpires where they back in the day where that this is their strike zone. So you had to cover, a couple balls off and they didn't call in and different stuff like that. So I do think that the Avis would could be helpful, honestly. So
Let's see, because I tell you, some of the times it's very questionable on some of the calls, and some of the zones change during the game, and that's what's confusing to me watching a game as well as hitters. Same thing with pitchers. But let's go to something else. When in game you're talking about pregame, I'm gonna talk a couple things about pregame. In our pitchers meetings, we used to have it with our catchers and as well as the pitching coaches. Do you do this daily with the starting pitcher that's opposing you?
yes, we have daily game planning meetings and we sit down and kind of everyone has their voice and discuss the game plan and how we're going to attack this guy. So and that's the thing is that it's always it moves and it is fluid because once the game starts, if a guy changes his game plan in game against us, then we have to adjust, and that's part of the chess match of going up there and changing your having your ability to change with the in game of what the pitcher's doing to you. So that's always the cat and mouse game is that we're trying to do, and we prepare for that before the series and every day.
Now, do you have meetings with Pat and Oscar about certain pitchers, the certain hitters? Say somebody's not hitting real well off a certain pitcher, and other ones are doing great with them. Do you kind of sit down and kind of make adjustments with each hitter before the game, during the game? How does that all work?
That it kind of works throughout the day, honestly. We're talking with how you face this guy, what you've done with him, and what you think if this guy's had success against you, how can you combat that with your approach and what you're looking for and stuff like that. And then once the game starts, it's let those guys go play. And we have a lot of veteran guys on the team that really help and they'll talk. And that's what I like to see is you'll see a guy like Ramos last night hits the sack fly, and then he comes in and he tells the next guy behind him, this is what his ball was doing. This is what it looked like. And we have some veteran guys, Flo's great at it. A lot of guys are really good at really talking with some of the hitters amongst, when they're coming back. So that's the awesome thing that you see is when guys, and I think that's why they're really doing well in these one-run games is that they don't have any fear and they're really communicating amongst themselves.
Couple more questions with Damon Miner. Of course, he's a hitting coach along with Pat Burrell and Oscar Bernard, doing a great job. You say you want more runs, you want more hits, but how do you change all this? This is a big question. I think all fans want to find out. Can this get better?
Yes, it can. We're always out there. You're not going in the day and having your hitters meeting and going up there and wanting to just get 2 runs. Guys are going out there and competing, and the main thing is that with the pitching staff that we have is that they're give us a chance every night. These guys are coming in, and you can see they're second in the league in team ERA, and we feed off that. They're giving us chances, and we're trying to give them runs early against the starter, and that's what we need to get better at is beating the starter. Given having those days where you have like 6-7 runs to give cushions. But it's a team effort, and guys are competing till the end, and you gotta like that when it comes down to September and in the playoffs is having that ability to know that you're never out of a game.
Damon, last one for you. I've been up there many times. I see Pat and Oscar on the field. You're down in the batting cages working with different hitters. You guys are there a long time. Fans just don't understand how many reps these guys get, how many videos they're watching. Is there a time just to turn it off and just say, I got to relax? I just got to have a brain, just forget about everything. How do you turn the page with some of these guys?
Uh, you know, if you're talking about me and us as a group, we're always doing something.
Yeah, no,
It
you
never
guys
it
are.
never really shuts off. And that's part of the game. And that's why we have such a good group. I believe that we work really well together, and we really keep it fun. And that's the thing is that really we're here for them to help them, and when they have questions and it just help them in their career and help them as a whole. But they're really not, you don't really shut your brain off. As soon as the game's over, you're still thinking of what we can do better and how we can attack the next guy tomorrow. So that's part of the job, and that's what I enjoy doing.
Well, the last one for you. You're having fun. I know that. You're not in Sacramento. You're in San Francisco, and this is the place where you belong. And I've told you that for many years, and I'm so
Yeah.
happy you're here.
Yeah, I really appreciate having me on, and just being part of the Giants organization. That's the goal is being with them so long and being as a player and then now as a coach. It's really a privilege to be up here every day to walk in that ballpark and just help the organization. And that's what we're here for, and that's what I enjoy to do.
Well, Damon, thank you so much for your time today, and I'll definitely see you at the ballpark sooner or later. I come by many times, but you're always working.
Always down there. If you want to come see me, I'm in cage 1.
David, have a
All right,
great
Bill.
day. Thanks, bud.
You too.
That was Damon Miner on the Extra Inning Postgame Show. More coming up right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Now here is a backdoor slider over the outside corner. Struck him out looking. Another strong inning for Webb. Nonetheless, he's been excellent. Only one run allowed, but he's trailing 1-0 Cleveland.
All right, back on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. You heard me talk about extra innings, and that's going to be on this weekend following both the Boston Red Sox Giants games that start at 1:05. I got some great guests coming on this weekend. I sit down with Andrew Bailey. Of course, Andrew Bailey was the pitching coach here for a few years under Gabe Kapler. Now he is the Boston Red Sox pitching coach, and I get on and talked about him and what he thought about Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison and get his point of view on the trade from the Boston Red Sox side. And he loves Kyle Harrison. He just really, really is enamored about what he can be at 23 years old. So that's going to be on the Extra Inning postgame show on Saturday, along with Tyler Fitzgerald. Tyler's in a bad slump, and he's been working his tail off. And we get to talk about some of the things he's trying to improve on. His defense is shining. The offense, he's just struggling right now. So I sit down with Tyler Fitzgerald and talk about that. On Sunday, just some fantastic interviews coming up Sunday. Ellis Burks. Of course, Ellis Burks was a Willie Mack Award winner when he played here with the San Francisco Giants. He's also in the Boston Red Sox Hall of Fame. And the best interview for the weekend, I sit down with the Hall of Famer, Wade Boggs. Of course, Wade Boggs, a tremendous tribute to Major League Baseball, from batting titles to Silver Sluggers to so many All-Star games, and, of course, the National Baseball Hall of Fame. That's all coming up this weekend. Some great interviews on the Extra Inning postgame show. Coming up tomorrow, 7:15, first pitch. Hayden Birdsong on the hill for the San Francisco Giants. He's 3-1 with a 2.7 earned run average. 48 in the third innings, 43 hits, 19 walks, 51 strikeouts. In his last three outings, faced the Colorado Rockies, who went 6 innings, 6-6, 3 earned runs. Atlanta, he went 4 1/3, 2 earned runs with 2 hits, 5 walks in that game. He kind of lost it 1 inning there. And then in Miami, his last win, he went 5 1/3, giving up 5 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 5 strikeouts. His last couple games, he's kind of lost it in the middle of the game of his control. He started overthrowing his secondary pitches. We'll see what he can do tomorrow. In the month of May, he had 2 starts. He was 1-1. With a 3.7 earned run average. He's going against Hunter Dobbins, a right-hander, 25 years old for the Boston Red Sox. He's 4-1 with a 3.7 earned run average. He's given up 6 home runs in 55 1/3 innings, given up 23 earned runs, 42 strikeouts, 11 walks. Had one of his best games his last start, where he beat the New York Yankees, going 6 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. He faced the Yankees 2 times in a row. The other start, he went 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs. So back-to-back good games from Hunter Dobbins. On Saturday, Brian Bello will be starting for the Red Sox. He's 3-1 with a 3.4 earned run average. 11 starts. The 26-year-old right-hander has given up 5 home runs. The big number on Bello, 28 walks he's given up in 59 1/3 innings, striking out 45. Landon Roop coming back on the hill on Saturday for the Giants, 4-5 with a 3.9 earned run average. His last start against the Dodgers, he did not look good at all, really control-wise, and gave up 6 earned runs in an inning and 2/3. His worst outing on the year. Before that, he faced the Atlanta Braves, going 6 innings, 3 earned runs. His best outing so far against San Diego, where he went 6 1/3, giving up no earned runs. So Landon Roop against Brian Bello on Saturday. And then Sunday, the third game of the Red Sox Giants series, Robbie Ray takes the hill. He's 8-2 with a 2.6 earned run average. He's gone 87 1/3 innings, 97 strikeouts on the year for Robbie Ray, only giving up 63 hits. Got the loss against the Guardians. He only went 6 innings, giving up 3 earned runs. In Colorado, he only went 4 innings, giving up 2 earned runs, 6 hits there. His best outing recently is against San Diego Padres, where he went 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, striking out 9, and he got the win against the Padres. Of course, he was the National League Pitcher of the month of May, where he went 4-1 in 6 starts with a 1.38 earned run average. He's going to be faced by Lucas Giolito. Giolito, a 30-year-old, pitched for the Chicago White Sox for the past 6 years. He's now in the rotation with the Boston Red Sox. Had 2 good outings in a row where he faced the Tampa Bay Rays, where he went 6 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs. He got the win, and he pitched the first game against the Mariners where they got the win up in Seattle, where they won 2-0. He went 6 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs on that. So in his last 2 outings, he's got 2 wins. He's gone 12 innings, only giving up 6 hits, no earned runs. That's your probable pitchers for the Red Sox that are 39-37 coming into the weekend, and the Giants, who are 42-33. My next guest is a friend of mine, Sarah Hajes. She was an intern with Johnny Daskow and I when we used to do Sacramento River Cat games. Many years ago, I used to drive up there on Saturdays, and we used to do the game on television. Sarah Hajes was our online reporter, where she did some funny things and got to know Sarah, and she's kept into the game. She's really done a nice job. She worked up in Sacramento television for 7 years. Now she is doing weekends here on Channel 7 ABC. But I want to introduce her to the Giants Nation, to KNBR fans, and get to know Sarah Hajes, that she's on Sunday nights on ABC 7. That's coming up next right here on KNBR. Sarah Hajes and I, as I introduce her to the Giants Nation, right here on the Sports Leader, KNBR.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday evening. I'm excited to bring a friend back to the show. She worked at Channel 13 in Sacramento for over 7 years, and now she's currently with ABC7. My good friend Sarah Hajes. Hi, Sarah.
What's going on, Bill? I thought you forgot about me.
Well, I saw you on my TV the other night, and I went, Sarah Hajes, she's alive. She's willing to work for Channel 7. I was excited for you.
When I got the call from you, I said, wow, I thought he big-timed me. I thought he forgot about me, and then I realized we really were buds.
Well, let's bring the audience to where you and I first met when I was working up at the Sacramento River Cats with Johnny Dasco. When we first started doing TV to cover the River Cats, you were our sideline reporter. It was a fun time back then.
It really was. I learned so much, had the best experience there, and working with you and Dosky was just so much fun. So it's a pleasure to be on the show with you, and it's a pleasure to be in the Bay where you are.
Yeah, it's exciting for you. And of course, Channel 7 does a great job covering all the Bay Area sports. But I just want to go a little bit more on that sideline reporting. You did a lot of things with fans. You were doing games, sing-alongs. Tell us a little bit about what kind of things you did.
So much fun. I would come up with just different segment ideas just over the years. I did that like at smaller stations. I worked out in the South. And so it kind of prepped me for this opportunity that I had sidelining and kind of just to bring the viewers in the park, right? Like you're used to seeing the game broadcast. You're used to seeing, what's going on. Your play-by-play guys tell you what's going on, but you really don't know what's going on as a fan, right? Like what you're going to experience there at the park. So we would do, I remember like one of the funnest segments I did was with this grandma, and she was literally like taking back margaritas, and I just sat next to her and I was like, this is how you bring your grandchildren to the park. You watch a game, you let them run around, you just have a few drinks. Like there's nothing better than that. So,
Well, River Cat fans were out there all the time. I remember a couple of them sold out. Of course, the fireworks shows were big back then. And baseball was good. There was a lot of top quality players, and some of them are in the big leagues now, Sarah.
Oh, yeah, I know. They really are. And it's the Giants fans are really true fans, because I would even do segments where I would like test them, like do little quizzes on the spot. They had no idea what my questions were going to be and literally aced them.
Mm-hmm. Baseball fans are smart in all different directions. And now you're here in the Bay Area covering the San Francisco Giants and what they did recently, getting Rafael Devers, a big, big superstar in a blockbuster trade by Buster Posey. Your thoughts on that?
What a time to be alive. What a time to be a Giants fan. Yeah, no, it was unbelievable. I was working Sunday. We heard the news. We were getting ready for a 5 p.m. newscast. And my producer and I were like, wait, what? No, this is crazy. Like, we couldn't believe it. But yeah, this is huge for the Giants. It was no secret that they were struggling with their at-bats. So this definitely offers some firepower that they need at the plate. So super excited for the Giants. I think that this really makes them a World Series contender. So,
Sarah, let me introduce you. This voice on Sports Phone KNBR, good friend of mine. Now she works for Channel 7. Sarah Hajes is her name. And I just want to introduce everybody to her. She does fantastic work. And we can even go back in time when you were in college, when you covered the SEC. What did you cover back there? Was it football mostly? Because that is a huge sport in the SEC.
Everything. Football definitely was, the head honcho of our broadcast. It would probably take precedence over every other sport. But as you know, the SEC, they don't play about any sports. They're good at baseball. They're good at softball and basketball. I mean, what aren't they good at? So I covered everything. But yeah, for the most part, like obviously you have Alabama, you have your Auburns, Mississippi State, Ole Miss. I worked in Mississippi and Alabama, so I covered those programs really closely. So it was just a great it's as close to pro as you can get. Covering SEC sports is really as close to pro sports as you get. And when I started my career, it just really helped me get ready for this opportunity that I was going to get in Sacramento. So just so much fun. I mean, asking questions to Nick Saban, like literally shaking because he's not the easiest person to get sound bites out of. However, sometimes you get some good ones and you don't even mean to.
Well, so now you come back to Sacramento and you work with CBS 13 in Sacramento for 7 years. You covered the Sacramento Kings, of course, the Rivercats, as we talked about. But there's a couple other things going now in Sacramento. Sac State has a new general manager, Shaquille O'Neal. And then they get Mike Bibby as the head coach. Some interesting things going on there.
No, this is amazing. Mike Orr really, he knows how to hire. I will say that he's done just a great job. I mean, this puts Sacramento on the map, not just for right now, but for a long time coming, because a lot of kids, they don't even local kids, they don't really see Sac State as like necessarily a school that they would want to go to. A lot of kids like to get away, right? But this gives huge recruiting opportunity in our own backyard. We have how Northern California has some studs. And to be able to get them to stay home and not leave. And not just that, Sac State is with the transfer portal the way it is, they're able to get some elite talent with, names like Shaquille O'Neal as your GM and his son coming to play. I mean, this is going to make the recruiting process so much easier for Sac State, and you're going to get big names that they would have never been able to get before.
Sarah, have you had a chance to look at Sacramento State's new basketball facility? I took a look at it last night. It is phenomenal. Have you had a chance to take a peek at it yet?
I have not, but I've heard about all the renovations, and I've been following it, but I haven't been able to see it.
Well, we'll find out sooner or later, because if Shaq's part of it, it's going to be phenomenal. And of course, Mike Bibby being a great basketball player and now a head coach, we'll watch that program take off. But let me go else. Let's jump into something else. Sacramento Kings, a big changeover, new faces, again, trying to transfer a team, trying to get better in the NBA. Your thoughts on that?
This one's tough because I just never thought that they should have got rid of Mike Brown in the first place. Yeah. I just feel like it's, just from working there 7 years, so many different GMs, so many different coaches along the way. And I just wish they would have stayed with Mike. I feel like he was so respected, especially with, them parting ways with De'Aaron Fox. It's kind of seemed like, what are we really doing here? But, Doug Christie's there. Yeah. And I'm excited about that because I know that he, and that's not to take away from him at all, but I know he loves Sacramento, and I don't think it gets more Sacramento than that with him and Bobby Jackson. So super excited about the coaching stuff there, but it does seem like sometimes it's hard for these players when you have new philosophies coming in, every 2-3 years. Like, it's kind of hard to find your identity with all of that coaching change. And then we go and we see what Tyrese Halliburton is doing in Indiana, and you just want to pull your hair out. But listen, these things happen, and Sacramento has the fan base there is really incredible. I grew up in Southern California, and, as a Lakers fan, you get there and fans don't even show up until the third quarter, dang near. And the way that Kings fans show up, even when they're down, when they're up, it doesn't matter. You can't even tell the difference. They're supporting their team. They show up early, they stay late, they watch the beam get lit, so it's that whole light the beam, all of it has really, I think, given something really special to the city and to the community. Something that they can get excited for. And even though it may seem like a little weird marketing tool, it's really brought in the community together. Weirdly, it has.
Sarah Hajes joining me on Sports Phone KMBR a little longer. And some of the things we talk about with Sacramento is the change that the Athletics have done, moving out of the Oakland Coliseum and now playing in Sutter Health Field. It's a big change, especially in Major League Baseball. A ton of players just complaining about just the facility, walking across the field to get to the clubhouse. You and I have watched this at AAA level. The big league level, I just think there has to be better changes for this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I look at it and you get their point of view, and, it's not necessarily a major league park. We all know that. I think I just look out of it like I'm the type of person where I look at the cup half full than not. So like I look at it like, hey, what does this do for the city of Sacramento and the fans? And maybe not everybody has to look at it like this, but this is just me. Yeah, this isn't the field that these guys want to play on, but this is the position that, their owner put them in. And it would be nice for them to stay in the Bay. I would have loved for the A's to stay in Oakland. I grew up a huge Raiders fan, going to the Coliseum, my parents driving from Southern California, driving me up to watch games, like I would have preferred watching them, even though I'm not an A's fan, I'm not a Giants fan, but I would have preferred watching them play there and for the fans, for them. But I think if they are going to have a temporary home anywhere, why not let it be Sac? Let's embrace it while it's here. Let's let the fans in Sacramento experience Major League Baseball. And at the end of the day, you're going to have this beautiful stadium in a few years, and then it can all be in the past. I mean,
And it will
it's hard,
be.
obviously.
There's no question about it. Once Las Vegas gets going, and they're going to have the ground breaking soon, and that's going to be an enormous ballpark in Vegas, and we'll see where it goes. But now that you're in Northern California, you're going to have to cover the 49ers, the Warriors, the Giants, the Sharks. You got a whole array of sports to learn.
The Valkyries now,
Yeah, good one.
so much fun. Yeah, no, it's because being in Sacramento, I still covered all of the Bay Area teams pretty closely, so it's not too much of a shocker. When I went to ABC7, it wasn't like too big of a change at all, because I'd already covered the 49ers extremely closely. Obviously, when I worked at CBS, the Raiders were on our air, so we would come out of Raider games but still highlight the 49ers just as much as we would highlight the Raiders. So I'm pretty much hip to all of that. But I will say, yeah, like the Valkyries, obviously this is their inaugural season, and there was no WNBA in Northern California before, so that's probably the newest. And just watching, Caitlin Clark, and all of this happen, and it's going to be so much fun.
Well, Sarah, what a pleasure to catch up with you. We had a lot of fun back in Rivercat games, and I'm looking forward to watching you more on television and being one of the best sports broadcasters that Northern California can look at and be proud of.
Hey, coming from you, that means so much. I'll be on there next weekend, so hopefully you guys will all check me out. But I appreciate you and your kind words and supporting me and being there for me and everybody else listening. Thanks for getting to know me a little bit.
That was Sarah Hajes on Sports Phone KNBR. More coming up right here on KNBR, the sports leader. All right, welcome back to a Sports Phone KNBR Thursday show as we wind down a great 3-hour show. Hopefully you enjoyed it with Bill Lasky. Giants win earlier today, 2-1. They break a 4-game losing streak, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Orange and Black, 1 run, 7 hits, 1 error for the Guardians. Giants now 42-33 on the season. When you look at this game, a key hit by Wilmer Flores, pinch hitting in the 7th inning after Schmidt got a base hit. Jung-Hoo Lee got a walk. Patrick Bailey gets a nice sac bunt. And Wilmer Flores comes up and hits a 2-out RBI double down the left field line. And that was enough to hold a win for the Giants as Logan Webb goes 7 innings, giving up 1 earned run, no walks, 9 strikeouts. Randy Rodriguez comes in with a 1-2-3 inning with 2 punch-outs. Camilo Duvall finishes up the 9th with a strikeout with a 1-2-3 inning. Logan Webb gets his 7th win. He's now 7-5 with a 2.4 earned run average. Just fantastic year for Logan Webb. And Camilo Duvall gets his 11th save. They're going to do it tomorrow against the Boston Red Sox as the Red Sox are in town for a 3-game series. The Red Sox 39-37 on the season. The Giants are 42-33. Like I told you, Hayden Birdsong gets the first pitch of the game. That'll be at 7:15. He's 3-1 with a 2.7 earned run average. Against Hunter Dobbins, 4-1 with a 3.7 earned run average. I'll be doing the Sports Phone KNBR postgame show tomorrow. I'll have Steve Kroner with me to analyze that game. But I want to thank my guests today. Great array of guests today. Shayna Rubin from the Chronicle, Erwin Higueras from Spanish Radio for the Giants, Jeff Young. Of course, you can read him on Around the Foghorn. Damon Miner, the assistant hitting coach. Sarah Hajes, who's Channel 7 Weekend Sports. All of them great interviews today, and I appreciate all of their time. I want to thank Raph. He did a great job producing the show, and, of course, all Giants fans for all the calls and the support on KNBR, especially on these Sports Phone Weekend shows. For Bill Lasky, have a great rest of the night. All those interviews will be on KNBR podcast after the show if you missed any of them. But great. I've enjoyed the show. Be safe. Be well. More coming up right here as we finish out the Sports Phone KNBR show on a Thursday. Just have a great time. And there's more coming up right here on the Sports Leader.